Alright, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Astrocatical, and this is the Astrocastrophe, and I bring you Scratches, the dark, secret, hidden, forbidding game that lies somewhere in the murkiest corners of the internet, where it is in a state of complete abandonware. So I suggest that if you don't want to watch this video, go out there and get it. This was even said by the creator of this game, Augustin Cords. He said, you know, this game is no longer for sale. You can't find it anywhere. Go ahead, download it. I have no problem with it. He wants you to experience this game. So I want you to know that as well. If you don't want to watch this video, that's fine by me. I think you should experience this game. It is, again, like I said, this is a game that exists in the darkest regions of the internet at this point. The reason being is that for some, I think it has something to do with rights. This game is listed on Steam. It is on there, but due to some miscommunication or something with the way the game runs, they just absolutely won't let you buy it. You can put this game on your wish list. You can look at all of its features and watch videos and stuff like that, but it won't let you buy it. And I know there's something there. I can't remember what, but it's completely fine to keep it that way, because again, some people refer to this game as being kind of like this forbidden Necronomicon at this point. Only a few select people know about it. Only a few select people are willing to open it up and gaze into its mystery. Now, this was entirely brought on by my recent playthrough of Asylum, which like Scratches had left me pondering things for days. For a week now, I've been just sitting here glossing over Asylum and everything that I think it was meant to stand for. The game wasn't at the same echelon as Scratches, no, of course not, but it did leave one in a sort of bedlam, no pun intended, of just multiple mysteries and all of these roads that lead to unanswered questions and trickling you further and further into this rabbit hole, because that's the best thing I can say about Asylum. It is a rabbit hole, but a brilliant one at that. The conclusion was something that I think people find highly debatable. Some people felt a little let down by it. I mean, myself included. I accept it for what it was. The conclusion, there was parts I liked, and then the very, very end of it is, I think that's where most people stand, and there's like, what? Come on now. And I'm not going to complain or argue about it. That game was in development for 15 years, and I think they got to a point where they just wanted to just fucking finally finish it and put it out there. I'm sure they did. But anyways, without further ado, please jump into this dark, mysterious Victorian world with me as we dive deeper and deeper into the strange, forbidden realms of games that are long forgotten, but at one time stood the test of time. Anyways, let's hop to it. I'm sure you'll contrive some sort of meaning from that. Hopefully. Hopefully I didn't fall too far off the fucking wagon, did I? Goddamn, if I make any sort of film or movie project, I want them making my music.
cold Saturday morning amidst a thick veil of fog. The weather didn't look good, and there was an unnatural calm surrounding the area, yet I soon became entangled with the place.
The location, the setting, everything. I love everything about this game. It's so spooky. You know, it's like people who enjoyed Myst. It's like horror, but Myst. The cloudy sky above me seemed rather unsettling and almost made me lose my balance. I felt a curious urge to run for shelter, and my new home in the distance seemed very uninviting. Okay. Alright, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I had problems running this game. I couldn't get it into full screen, which is an issue that I think people have with it. This game, again, like, it's hard to get a hold of this game. It's hard to make it run. Everything about this game is shrouded in fucking, you know, it's like there's this evil shield over it that's trying to keep it a secret from the world. But I had to do some tinkering around, and like I've said multiple times, I have more than one screen, so I had to move it to another screen and use OBS to broadcast that image onto my main screen so I have a full screen. So be warned, if you do play this game, you have a lot of loopholes to go through if you want to experience it the way we experienced it, 20 years ago? That's how old this game is, 20 years. So I'm going to have a few technical difficulties, nothing too noticeable. You just might see my mouse cursor coming onto the screen every now and then, but I think that will be the most of it. Gotta settle this. Okay, there we go. The mailbox was empty. Okay, can't be too loosey-goosey with this. Okay, I believe that is the key to my new home. Just so you know, the voice actor, John Bell, he is amazing in this. Whoa! Whoa, okay, get things back and swing here. The hefty lock was preventing my entry to the garage. Okay, let's see here. Anything that I need? Nope. I haven't dropped my Asylum video yet. Like I said, playing Asylum is what brought this on. The door to the greenhouse was stuck, probably due to some serious rusting of its hinges. Yeah, that was about a 12-hour playthrough. I didn't get around to uploading it yet. I've been having issues uploading to Rumble lately, and that's predominantly where I put my playthroughs, is on Rumble. I just don't feel, you know, maybe I should go back to putting them on YouTube, because I mean, I know Rumble, you have a chance of, I think the reason I really use Rumble is because it doesn't have the same algorithm as YouTube. So it's much easier to pick up viewers, I feel. The door to the house was locked, fortunately. Okay, well, I have a key, don't I? There's my car key. With very little effort, the key unlocked the front door. guess. Oh, telephone. There we go.
Hello?
Michael, it's me.
Hey, Jerry. It's good to hear your voice.
I see that piece of junk you got there is working.
My thoughts exactly. I was afraid it'd fall apart as soon as I laid my fingers on it.
So how did you find everything? Do you like the place?
It's hard to tell yet. I'm very impressed, that's for sure.
You sound odd. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's perfectly fine. It's just that I'm in awe. I mean, pleasantly surprised. This house is like a dream come true.
So you do like it? You got me worried there for 1 second.
I'm telling you, I'm going to turn this place into a factory of horror stories.
Good. You ought to finish that book. I'm rooting for you, mate. You sure everything is in order?
Well, I just got here. Let me have a look around, and I'll get back to you if I find anything strange.
Excellent. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, so I guess we'll just take a little bit of a look-see, see what's going on in this house. Whoa. Yeah, it's gonna be a little frustrating. I have to get a bit more of a handle on handling this cursor problem I'm having. Okay, I can't be too quick when I go to that side. Careful. Guess what I really can't do is I can't go too far past the edges of the screen. Just keep centered. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. Don't go too far. Don't stray too far. I guess that's what happens when you don't water the plants for a long time. I agree. That's what happens. Silverware. Such a spooky place. Yeah, everything about this game, the music, the voice acting, the art direction is great. The drawer was stuck beyond hope. Now, like I said, a lot of people, you know, when you first got your first PC, like if you're my age, you're in your 30s, and your dad or your aunt and uncle, several vases of African craftsmanship were standing against the west window. Maybe you went to your friend's house, but I assume most people that day came where they got a computer. I remember when I first experienced a computer, I think, with my you would say my grandparents, like, I remember Jerry said a nice room had been prepared for me upstairs. Okay, by law, grandparents by law, when my mom married into another family, we went to their place, and they had a computer, and that was when I first experienced a computer, fell in love with it. I don't know if everyone had the same sort of relationship established with a computer such as I did. And then a couple friends of mine, they were friends of this doctor that my mom worked with, or the kids of the doctor that my mom worked with. My mom was a nurse, so she met this guy, and you know, I'd hang out with his kids, and they had a computer, and that was the first time I played Myst. And prior to that, I have an uncle who is a physician, or astrophysicist, I should say, some shit like that. You know, he does some fucking professor work with physics and fucking outer space and something like that, somewhere in like fucking Alabama, I think. He got a computer before we did. I quickly realized this had to be my room. It became evident why as I glimpsed the gorgeous view through the huge window. Ooh. Yeah, he got a computer before we did, and so he was the first person who told me about Myst. And I never saw that guy playing video games before, but he really liked Myst, and I think he did get into Riven and like some of the sequels. But Myst is a game for people who want to use their brain. And I mean, obviously, like, my mom's side of the family is like all professors, doctors, and nurses. And so most of them are women. I got one uncle on that side, and like, of course the women don't play games, so like my uncle, the Myst came out in 1996, 1995. So anyways, my uncle told me about Myst, and then these friends who were the son of one of my mom's friends that she worked with, they had a computer and we played Myst. And I remember the first time I played Myst, and I was like, this is cool, I like this. Like, it was the first time you experienced the first person view aside from Doom. It was too early to go to bed. Yeah, if you remember correctly, I think Doom or Wolfenstein, whichever one. I think it was Doom. Doom came first. Then came Wolfenstein. Doom was the first game to incorporate the first-person view. But I know there's some like Mac games, like sort of like choose your own adventure type of games that had a beautiful oak desk was standing against a window with an extraordinary and inspiring view. Okay. There's a few games like on the Macintosh that already incorporated the first person view, but like, I mean, it really didn't get popular until after Doom. But I guess the thing that blew people away about Myst was the graphical setting on it, which was obviously something you couldn't see on like a Super Nintendo. It seemed photorealistic at the time that it came out, and I think that's why I was so moved by it. I also found it kind of creepy. The concept of Myst was creepy. You're a man in a library, you open a book and you fall into it, and now you're in this weird fucking world and you gotta solve all of these puzzles to get out of it. It was kind of a creepy concept. The little table could come in handy. Yeah, I can write. Okay, wasn't the best spot to put the box. There we go. Michael Arthite. Is that how you say it? Arthate? Vanishing Town. That was his first book. The #1 bestseller. The most breathtaking page turner of the year. A passing traveler comes across the small town of Felch Rock, set in Cornwall, England. I can't see that good. Only to find that it's completely deserted, devoid of any sign of life. Houses, shops, town hall, church. No human being to be seen. The traveler informs the authorities of a nearby town of this fantastic event. The next day, an officer, accompanied by 2 policemen, visits Fetch Rock, except everything is back to normal. 10 years later, John Parker, a journalist, reluctantly accepts the assignment to investigate these strange events, as they have now grown into a persistent legend. Could it all have been a practical joke by that anonymous traveler, or did something truly strange take place in the vanishing town? Things become more mysterious when Parker learns no inhabitant of Fetch Rock remembers what happened that day. What first seems to be a lousy job for Parker eventually turns into a nightmare, as Fetch Rock is no ordinary town, but home to deadly secrets and lurking evil. Sounds like Silent Hill or something. In this outstanding debut, Michael Arthate has concocted a wonderfully twisted tale bound to keep you guessing until the last page. Psychotic Dreams magazine. If H.P. Lovecraft was alive and suddenly decided to write his take on The Wicker Man, the result would be this book: deep, engaging reading, and downright terrifying. Tales from the Ryla. Ryla. That's the city in the Cthulhu mythos. Ryle. I don't know the pronunciation of it. Like a lot of things, I think most people don't pronounce the names of entities and towns in Lovecraft's work. I don't think they pronounce them correctly. Most people say Cthulhu. I've heard numerous times that it is Kalalu, not Cthulhu, Kalalu. And the reason for that is it's supposed to be like this gurgling, sort of watery, bubbling sound, because that's how you would pronounce it underwater. It's like Kalalu, like Kalalu, It's stupid, but, I think it sounds better than Cthulhu, but I think that's how you say it, is Ryla. Ryla is the ancient, murky underwater city where you meet Cthulhu for the first time, I guess. I remember before I even knew who H.P. Lovecraft was, probably when I was about 8 or 9, I had a dream where the world had flooded, and there was this it was a group of people, me and other people, and out of nowhere, this big green monster with tentacles on its face and wings came out of the water, and I woke up. And that was before I even knew who Lovecraft was or what his work was. But, to this day, I kind of take it as a sign that I would just become, enamored with this man's work. That's really what I look at it as, is, the stars, the cosmos was trying to reach out to me and be like, hey, this is someone who you will find very inspirational. I don't think that it was this premonition that Cthulhu was going to take over the world. I do believe that there's some cosmic play at work in this world, and the reason people don't believe it is because they've really sucked the cock of the sciences. And granted, the sciences have a lot to say that have merit behind them, but you have to put them aside every now and then and be like, listen, this is a weird place we are living in. We're literally on a ball in the middle of a black sea that is unfathomably large, with other balls out there, burning balls of light, and that's only the cusp of what we know and understand. So how can you possibly sit there for a fucking minute and tell me that sciences can explain all of this? No, when you really think about it, this does not make a whole lot of fucking sense. So that's why I'm like, stop sucking the dick of the sciences. I'm not telling you to go out there and start worshiping Jesus Christ. I'm not telling you to go out there and start worshiping fucking Muhammad. I'm not telling you to do anything religious. I'm just telling you that explaining this in this dumb matter of X, Y, and Z combined with some dude with this. Listen, I don't think it takes much intelligence to just actively decide when you're looking around that things are not what they seem. They're just not. I think it is a matter of just being able to disregard your put your pragmatic beliefs to the side for a moment. I mean, I'm just saying that because I really feel that after all of these years, so many times, I feel that the way I thought compared to how I think now changed very drastically through circumstances that beforehand I would have thought were impossible. You know, because sciences would have said that these things don't happen. Sciences would have said that these things don't work. But anyways, Michael Arthint is a newcomer writer to the genre, born in Providence, Rhode Island, and settled later in London, England. His first novel is proof that he takes no prisoners when the goal is to scare people. With a fresh and compelling writing style, Michael has published several short stories in Mystery Horror magazine. His upcoming book is eagerly anticipated by his new legion of fans. Okay. Jerry P. Carter, real estate agent. Rothbury, Northumberland. Okay. What is this? Seems to have a interest in human anatomy. Something of a drinker? Hiding liquor bottles in your desk? I would think so. A beautiful oak desk was standing against a window with an extraordinarily and inspiring view. The books in the room were rather boring. No horror novels. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so I guess we'll get busy working on the story. I thought the typewriter would be better to leave. I thought it'd be to leave the typewriter and stuff ready. Okay. The ending, have to come up with a suitable ending. The final twist was the most celebrated aspect of VT. They will tear me apart if I don't pull off another thing like that. But how? I'm going to the point where Steve goes mad. She is confused. The visions are becoming real, so now we have to know for sure there's a supernatural element in the story. Wait, is that really so? Question is, does it have anything to do with the creepy old lady or not? Would it be too obvious if her powers were real after all? Big question. Would people accept it if the solution to the story is anywhere? Damn, why am I trying to please everybody here? What does that say? It looks like you scratch. It's. Oh my god, it almost looks like it says the devs. Something about the devs. Devs Ex Machia? I don't know. Augustine Cords is known for inserting jokes into his the 3 games he's made, at least the 2 I've played, he's known for inserting jokes and Easter eggs and shit like that. So, on the other hand, a realistic solution disguised as supernatural. Is that possible? They're expecting something like that. A real and probable outcome. That's why they loved it in VT. Oh, Vanishing Town. Bloody hell, this is driving me insane. So, damn, you know, like I said, Augustin Cords, I really love his work. And I hope with Asylum, you know, whether people, I think people generally liked it, but they just did not really come to good terms with the ending. But I still think that a lot of people too are just, they can't stop thinking and talking about Asylum. And that's kind of the effect that Augustin has on people. It's like he makes something and you can't stop talking about it. You can't stop speculating about it. You can't stop asking questions and going to message boards and being like, what is this? What the hell happened? You know, was it this? Was it that? You know, so I hope Asylum, and I think it's done good, I hope it gives him the opportunity to make his 4th game. And I think that's where he's going. He's going to make his next game, and I can't wait to see it. He is now known as Senscape. His dev team, they used to be Nucleus. Now it's Senscape. And so the only thing I can say is Asylum, you know, by no measure was it a bad game. It was actually rather good. Dated, yes. It seemed dated. It was in development for 15 years, but still, it was a good game. And if anything, I hope he now has the means to just be a full-time developer. For sure, I hope he has those means, and he'll be doing a great service to the community of adventure gamers like me who primarily want and crave horror adventure games. Like, those are the ones we want, and those are the ones he's going to make in all probability. Okay, so I think, did we go in here already? This is like, what, the bathroom? Yes, the little boy's room. Goes away from it every time. Oh, you can't. I see. We'll check the attic. How high does this thing go? What do we have here? Pile of newspapers was huge. I needed a more specific date to look for. Okay, so there's really no point in me going through any of that. What was it, the Wright brothers? Can I take that lantern? There we go. What was underneath it? I need to look at that again. Okay. Gaiety. Picture Drome twice nightly. Get the advantage. Join our circle of satisfied patrons. See the best. Super pictures. Meat packers? What was that? Meat packers. What is this? Like he's ordered shipped to 3. What is that? Via beef, lambs, veal, pork. What is that? Like 25 units, 25 pounds. Here's our team. Complete player rosters. There was nothing of interest among those trinkets. A useless array of random items of every imaginable size and color occupied all the corners of the attic. Okay. I swore that I would scream if I saw another brick. You don't like bricks? There's a hobo stove. A neat little stove was standing on a plank. The amount of trash in this room was unbelievable. The amount of trash. Okay, I don't know if there's anything in here worth seeing. I didn't even want to imagine the piles of rubbish that were inside those boxes. Okay, this is like an unfinished bathroom. So they were in the process of building another room in the house that, you know, just right below the attic, they were going to have a 3rd floor. That's what I gather from this, is that they were going to have a 3rd floor. Spiral. So this is like they have like 2 spiraling stairways in this house. with a couple of old and rusty lamps adorn the top of the tower. Yeah, I would totally live in a Victorian house like this, as creepy as you might think that is. I like spooky old houses. I mean, of course, people would think I'm a freak for living in one. But I mean, they're so much better than like these weird space-agey houses that we have now that I absolutely cannot stand. Like a lot of those like $1 million houses you see in like California and stuff, like even a few here, where their houses they're just like one huge window. You know, they have like all these gigantic picture windows all around their house, like they don't have actual walls. It's just these picture windows, and it's like, that's great. You want people staring in and seeing all the stuff that they can steal? Like, why the hell would you want that? I hate that shit. It's all these picture windows with hardwood floors and like clean, smooth surfaces, and it's just, I can't stand that shit. You know, like, if even if someone like gave me one of those houses for free, I mean, shit. I don't know if I could go in there and get rid of all the fucking enormous windows. You know, just fucking, I don't know, put boards in front of them, fucking paint over them or something. Goddamn. I was unusually surprised after entering this room. It was some kind of gallery, its theme being African culture. Ooh, is that Blackwood? That might be Blackwood right there. Looks like he went on a hunting safari. Yeah, Africa seems like a really interesting place. The display case was holding perhaps the most impressive item in the room, the most impressive items in the room. I don't really even see anything. Oh shit. Okay, let me check something. Okay, yeah. Alright. Thought I turned the volume off for a moment. A pair of huge carved tusks were occupying a corner of the gallery. Ah, come on, god damn it. It wouldn't move. Let me... Come on. I gotta fix this with OBS just a second. Okay. There we go. Okay, sorry for the dizzying nausea there. The beautiful vases were memorizing. God damn, why does it keep doing that? What the hell? All those masks, they made me feel very uneasy. They seemed to be guarding the room. Something that looked like a lion's claw was firmly attached to a necklace. I think we got everything we could in here. Yeah, I think Augustin really needs to go back and do a remaster of this. And people would fucking certainly buy it. You know, he could really make some more money for himself and his company if he went out there and did that. Not a remake, no, but a remaster. You know, upscale the graphics. And I know people don't like the sound of this, but at this point, there's AI imaging programs out there that do a phenomenal job of upscaling pictures and making them look so much more vivid. And he could certainly do that. You know, and it would look lovely. You know, it would look absolutely stunning if he. But even I don't like developers using AI. It's just there's something cheap about it, but still. You know, I don't think it's like a bad idea. Like the Broken Sword remaster, the Reforge, or whatever you want to call it. I believe that was done through AI upscaling, and to be perfectly honest, I fucking loved it. It was beautiful. I fucking loved it. That was like one of the best experiences I ever had. Like, it looks, and like I can't even look at the old Broken Sword anymore and want to even touch it with like a 10-foot pole. I'm not gonna lie. So I mean, shit, he could really restore this game, and two, he could make it playable again, because I mean, it's hard to get a hold of, and it's hard to get running. I didn't want to go through a bunch of trinkets and perfumes. I mean, it's abandonware. Ozzy really, you just gotta find it and install it. And it completely opens up for me. No problem. I install it and it opens up. But I have this issue with it not going into full screen. So I have to more or less mimic full screen. That's the issue I'm having with it. It's like I'm mirroring it to get it to give me the illusion of being full screen. So I mean, I'm content with it, but it's you see the cursor dragging, things like that. It's you know, it's not the most pleasant thing. But you know, this is a relic at this point. Scratches is a relic. was displayed on the shelf, it appeared that the people who lived in the house were very educated. Books on engineering, maths, physics, not my thing. The bed seemed comfortable but too fancy for me. Yeah, it's a creepy bed. I probably wouldn't want to sleep in it. Like I said, I like old houses and I like old furniture. It's creepy. If it's creepy, I like it, but like a creepy bed is just too much for me. I can't sleep in a creepy bed. Like I can sit on a creepy couch. I can sit on old creepy furniture, like that creepy chair. If there's furniture I really hate, it's furniture from the 70s. I mean, kind of like 80s furniture, but 70s furniture, like, man, there's something about it I just cannot stand. I think we did all the exploring we could upstairs. Fancy red clock, which sadly wasn't functioning. Oh God. The fireplace had a generous amount of wood in it, and I was relieved to know that I could warm the place up in case I got cold. I'm certainly not good at chopping trees. I intended to brighten up the whole place, but to my surprise, the lights wouldn't work. Must be the study, the office. Wonder where we are. I think this is out of the United States. I think Michael is American, but he's like somewhere else. A diploma granting the title of construction engineer to James T. Blackwood. So, Blackwood. Several trophies, remarkable accomplishments adorned the room. So, Mr. Blackwood has trophies for something. Most of the clocks in the house weren't working. The huge collection of books was impressive. I would have gladly spent days going through them. How to not write fiction. How not to write interactive fiction. Oh goodness. Yeah, how not to write interactive fiction by HAS. What was HAS? I guess that's what Augustine considers his work as interactive fiction. I guess it's a good way of putting it, because that's what Scratches feels like. It feels like interactive fiction. It feels like, and certainly Asylum felt that way too, like it was an interactive novel. I wonder what HAS means though. What was that? I think it's just an envelope. Nothing more. Come on here, dear boy, have a cigar. You're gonna fly high, you're never gonna die, you're gonna make it if you try. February 16th. The construction of the railway bridge is almost complete and went quite smoothly. It took longer than expected, yet I wish it would have lasted longer. I will be very sad to leave South Africa. I've become so attached to it, its culture, its arts, over the past few months that I can't help feeling as if it was already a part of me. I will surely return someday, soon hopefully, although I'm afraid there is a great deal of work to be taken care of in old Britain. Fortunately, I've made good friends here who are ecstatic about my new appreciation of their country. They offered me some wonderful objects as a token of gratitude, which I have already crated and got ready to ship along with many trinkets I bought myself. It looks like I'm about to start a very substantial collection. It's a good thing Catherine agreed to move into our new home, although it fears several renovations will have to be made, even if I'm intending to start a new serious hobby. So he's starting a new hobby. Like I said, there was those looks like they're building like another space for people on the 3rd floor, so something's going on here that was requiring him to expand the house, obviously. It seems I'll have to get back to work. John Patterson has just told me some natives are causing trouble. A very unfortunate thing, although I'm secretly rejoicing. February 12th. The natives won't leave. It's not like they're causing trouble so much as they're unsettling our workers. The only complaint so far has been distraction. They just stand still between the trees staring at us without blinking an eye. I've watched them for a few minutes and they truly seem like some tenebrous statues. At first it was just annoying, but lately it has become downright creepy. They seem to be stalking us. So it's not like they're hindering the construction, but there is a general uneasy feeling as if they were about to jump at us at any moment. I think I will hire some protection as a measure of precaution. February 15th. Fascinating. I've been looking into these natives. They live in a nearby village and are a very small group, yet they seem to manage quite well. I thought of them as a quite uncivilized tribe, but their movements are calculated, and one can perceive a sense of careful organization in their tasks. Oddly enough, they seem to be very brutish, and their aspect looks awful, although I couldn't take a good look at their facial features. As I followed one of them completely on my own, and it could have been dangerous getting any closer. Also, the village is poor and very rough, but some of the shacks leapt out as inviting or special. It made me very curious. I will try to come closer to tomorrow. February 16th. My second expedition to the village of the natives has been foiled by an unexpected problem at the bridge. I'm afraid it was due to a slight miscalculation on my part, an indication that I should be focusing more on the task at hand and put my sudden love for all African things aside for a moment. It was my fault, and I accept it. So some sort of accident happened at the bridge. Maybe someone got killed by one of these tribe members, or maybe he accidentally dropped a load of bricks on one of them and killed one of the tribesmen himself. Who knows? February 20th, they are at it again, lurking far beyond the forest. It's amazing how they have changed our perception of the surroundings. At first, we were delighted by the quiet nature of the place. Now we fear what horrors might be concealed in that dark and forbidding cloak of trees. The tops loom above us, overshadowing the bridge, and strange noises haunt our meals. Even the river, telling ungodly secrets. We could be, of course, a bit more sensitive towards the distractions, but I can't help feeling the area has, in fact, become more sinister. And yet, I'm still looking forward to satisfying my curiosity about the tribe. February 24th. At last, I found something more about the neighboring tribe. This is an incredible finding, and I just can't withhold my excitement. Some elders at the local town happen to know about them, but only through stories they heard. The most surprising thing is that the tribe was assumed to be extinct long ago, but according to my vague descriptions, the elders think that we could be dealing with a legend here. Legendary tribe that seems to have maybe existed at some point, or vanished, can't be sure. Everything they ever learned of them was during their childhood, when the tribe was stalking the town much in the same way they have been stalking us. People used to call them Dalmar, as such was the sound of screams heard echoing in the night. They'd come out into the streets and see an evil glitter atop a hill in the distance. Some would say it was a fire, others the cursed spirit of an ancient god. Whatever it was, they say the bright light amid those fantastic screams was bone-chilling. The macabre scene would suddenly stop as it just begun out of nowhere, never to be seen again in the days to come. Intervals between those horrible nights become longer and longer, until they seem faded into oblivion. The tribe apparently had retreated back into obscurity until now. They were later known as the Dalmar, a rather more scientific name, although none of the people I spoke with could possibly remember its origin. I find it extremely surprising that nobody has heard about this tribe, with the exception of a few townspeople. They must be incredibly rare, and judging by the stories passed from generations in the town that are very old. February 27th. I will confess that I've become nearly obsessed with this strange tribe. I see them as the most prized goal of my appreciation towards all South African things, a dangerous yet irresistible reward. I feel as if they were my discovery. I simply have to study them before leaving. I fear I won't have the chance to ever again. It has become an important goal of mine, even more important than finishing the bridge. March 4th. Finally, I have managed to see them. My God, what a disturbing spectacle. When we arrived, they were moving around the village very slowly, without speaking or communicating with each other, each minding his or her own business, completely alien to the rest of the world. They were filthy looking, coarse, and downright disgusting. I couldn't see any weapons, but they could have been stored somewhere. It was all very strange behavior in a tribe. They were quite unique. Then, as if they had suddenly become possessed by some wild spirit, they began shaking sporadically and screaming mad. Some of them dropped to their knees and lifted their heads to the sky, eyes blank and moaning in an indescribable way. 2 of them walked away in that monotonous and slow manner, and in great contrast to the rest of the scene, into a shack. The next minute they brought out into the open an odd-looking mask. Its shapes, colors, and overall looks, while unsettling, were memorizing, and I felt instantly hypnotized by it. It rendered my modest collection of African curiosities into dull and uninteresting items. The mask was very ominous, and the whole tribe seemed to greatly revere it. Soon they began to gather around it and move in circles, fluttering and chanting a guttural psalm. Judging by their motions and aspect of the whole ritual, it must have been some kind of war ritual. I'm not sure how to explain what happened next, as I feel my pulse is already throbbing. Words fail me to recount the most disturbing thing I ever witnessed. One of the male villagers walked into the middle, near the mask, by his own will. It was an almost automatic act. All of a sudden, the remaining members became silent. I can't tell for how long it lasted, but I was afraid to breathe. I think Dolby and the others were also scared. They wouldn't even blink. I remember being soaked wet and expectant. The silence was so unnatural. Then a few members separated from the people circling the mask and jumped on the single villager, beating him to death. To be completely faithful to the event, the small crowd tore him apart. They grabbed his legs in 2s and 3s and twisted them in a manner I dare not describe. His face was disfigured with their bare fingernails and teeth, and the torso soon disappeared under a frenzy tangled of hands. Wow, that's quite a way to explain it. The torso appeared under a frenzy tangle of hands. In a matter of a few minutes, the villager was turned into a red sack of bones. Wow. Not one of the attackers had the compassion to snap his neck during this sickening process. All was very methodical, as if it were just another mundane task. The most terrifying aspect, though, was the victim didn't even cringe. The silence was so deep I could hear his flesh ripping. I would expect any living creature to scream its guts out in such condition. I can't tell whether he was drugged or half asleep, but I did recognize him dancing like everybody else before walking into the middle of the circle. It was the most outrageous and sadistic sacrifice I've ever heard of. I don't think I will ever forget what I saw. My intentions of approaching further, even if they didn't have any weapons at hand, vanished. These creatures, I dare not call them human beings, could have killed my whole company in the blink of an eye with their rage. They seemed to be completely out of themselves and willing to destroy anything intruding in its path. While the images of the sacrifice still haunt my thoughts, I still can't seem to forget the mask. It was so deceptive. It was so deceptively simple and yet perfect in its design. I haven't seen anything like it. I surely would love to take a better look. I feel the Dalmar, as dangerous as they are, could be most important ethical finding, and they could be the most important ethical finding in decades. What I've seen today is crying for further investigation. I just can't leave them like that. I would never forgive myself. And the mask. Okay, let's recap here. So, the prior owner of this house was obviously, his name was James Blackwood, and he was an engineer, or is an engineer. We don't know if he's still among the living, but he was an engineer, and probably he seems somewhat renowned. He was a known engineer. He has these trophies, could have been something of a entrepreneur. He seems like it. So he was building this railway bridge in Africa, and he came across this tribe that was watching him, and perhaps he was building on sacred land or something, or this was just a violent tribe that didn't like him, or others. And this tribe was more or less, they seemed like a legend of sorts. People only talked about them as if it were like an old wives' tale or something, but it appears that they were actually real. And so an accident happened on this railway bridge. We don't know if someone got killed, but it seems that James took responsibility for it. And he also became fascinated by this tribe, and he followed them one day back to the village or whatever, and he saw them sacrifice one of their own people in a very violent and brutal way, which was tied into some sort of mask that was at the center of everything. They put this mask in the center of the circle, danced around it, and then one of them just walked in there like all nonchalant and let the rest of them just brutally tear him to pieces. And he didn't seem bothered by it. He didn't scream or anything. It was like they were zombies almost, you know. So I think that scared James, and he's like, okay, I'm done with this. No, I'm no longer gonna try to fuck with this tribe. And so he came back to America after that, and something happened along the way. You know, now the house is, the owners are no longer here. I am the new owner, so what happens next, I don't know. Okay, let's just get back to business. Alright, so what do we do now? Guess we just continue exploring the house. Okay, I've already been in here, haven't I? So if you notice something, a lot of the things he owns are African, so he's got this obsession with like African culture. Ah, so here we are at the kitchen. It was just an ordinary little table. The interior of the refrigerator was begging for some serious cleaning, not to mention a powerful disinfectant. Okay, so where are we now? It's interesting. It's a guest bedroom or something. Huh. Is that the railway bridge? I mean, those trees don't look like anything you'd see in Africa, though. Maybe the dude just builds railway bridges, and that was one of the many bridges he built. I mean, I don't know. Oh, so we have a photographer. It looked like whoever stayed in this room loved photography. It was just some useless junk. Practical photography. Come on. Topmost sheet of paper of the pile had some curious markings on it, so I grabbed it to have a closer look. The paper had several markings on it. Well, he doesn't really... I just grabbed it, I guess. He didn't bother to... I don't think it's a note or anything. Housekeeping. So maybe the maid, maybe they had a maid, the maid stayed in here. It's in here. The practical photographer. That must be the Blackwoods. Ah, the door to what I assumed the basement was locked. Got me a big old Michael Myers knife. You know, speaking of Michael Myers, I'm sure I'm not the only one who hates this, but don't you think it's kind of stupid? Like, what was like after the third Halloween, the one he wasn't in, they start making him like this huge behemoth, like this huge bodybuilding like wrestler or something. I always thought that was stupid. Like Rob Zombie made him like 7 foot. He doesn't need to be like big. like what made Michael Myers scary was it wasn't that he was like Jason Voorhees and he was just like this raging bull. Yeah, sure, that's what made Jason Voorhees scary, was he was this raging bull and he was like supernatural too. So both of those made him scary as fuck. But what made Michael Myers scary was like, yes, he was super strong and he could more than likely, it was like he could regenerate. I mean, in the first two Halloweens, I don't think he regenerated. I think he just had abnormal strength. After the first two Halloweens, it was like he could regenerate or some shit like that. But the chronology of Halloween gets really slippy. Because isn't it the latest Halloween films, the last two ones, like they pick up after the first movie. So the order's all over the place and it's all sloppy. But and then there's Halloween H2O, like this series does not follow like a proper canon at all. It is all over the place. So the only really good Halloween movie, in my opinion, is the first one. Okay? That is like the only one that's worth mentioning. And maybe The Curse of Michael Myers is like campy and stupid and amusing, but that's about it. You know, the rest of them are not so great. I mean, there's a good following for H2O. People like that one. Then there's one that has Busta Rhymes, and it's like reality TV. But what made Michael Myers scary was, yes, he was, you know, maybe he had inhuman strength, but like, it was just like, almost just like ordinary, you know? The thing that made him scary was like he was watching you. You know, he was stalking you. Like, you'd see all those scenes where, like, they're on the phone, and then the girl walks away, and you see him outside her window just staring inside at her. That's what made him scary. It wasn't that he was this big, imposing, fucking behemoth of a monster. It's that he was watching you. He was watching you, and he was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And the other thing that makes him scary is, like, he did it so nonchalant. You know, like, he didn't run after them. He's simply walking across the streets. You know, he's calculating and waiting for the right, precise moments to do these things. And that's what made him scary, was that he was so... It was almost like he was being driven by a force of evil that was just doing all this shit and perfecting the road for him to do it and when to do it. That's what made him scary. It wasn't that he was this raging bull like Jason Voorhees, you know. And that's what, like, if you had Jason Voorhees fight Michael Myers, it's just like, okay, that's like brains against brawn. Like, I think Michael Myers has the brains, Jason's is the brawns. But Jason also is like, he has like a supernatural ability to him, you know, where it's like a girl is running from Jason Voorhees, and he's like, I don't know, like, he's like 50 steps away from her. And then she runs a little bit more and she turns around and now he's right behind her. It's not that Jason suddenly ran, it's like Jason like teleports or something, I don't know. Maybe he's just like, that's just how your mind sees Jason Voorhees, and like it's weird like shit where it's like, if you're not observing him, is he really there? If you are observing, like, that's what it feels like with Jason Voorhees, like, because they do that in a lot of the movies. You'll see Jason, and then you'll turn around, and now he's like right behind you. And I think the thing with Jason is if you're observing him, then he'll kind of be like stationary. You know, he's almost an aspect of your mind, but he's got this physicality to him that also exists. So if you turn away and then turn back, well, now he's right behind you. You know, he's something of a ghost, you know, that can just physically manifest there and then, you know. And that's what made him terrifying. And he's a very powerful one. Like, you don't fuck with him. But Michael Myers was more practical which was scary about him. Jason was very impractical. Anyway, I just had to. Okay. Any woodland critters back here? Is that the way I came? Oh wait, there's two different ways here, huh? Or am I just hallucinating things? There's this way. And there's that. Yeah, I'm just hallucinating things. Okay, so now I feel a little stuck, but I kind of remember there's something I gotta do.
Jerry, it's me.
What's up, Michael?
Everything seems to be fine, except the lights don't work.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I forgot to tell you. I had an electrician, one that I trust, to meet you there this morning. You know how a lack of power can be a recurring issue in old places like that. He should be arriving soon.
That's good to know. I'll set up my stuff and let you know how everything does later.
Perfect. Have fun.
Sure.
Okay, so I gotta get into the basement. Who's Barbara?
Hello, Arthade Productions.
Arthade Productions? What in heaven's name was that?
Oh, hi, boss. I was just fooling around.
Well, don't. I don't want people thinking I'm some kind of studio. And don't call me boss.
I'm sorry, it's just that no one was calling and all of a sudden I got excited.
I told you it was going to be that way, girl. But I still need you there. I just hope you're not being bored to death.
Oh, don't worry. I'm studying tongues during my spare time. I love that so much.
That's great, but don't lower your guard. As soon as I publish my new book, that place is going to get riddled with phone calls and hundreds of fan mail.
That's the spirit, boss. I know your new book's going to be a huge success.
Of course it will. As soon as I find a proper ending. And stop calling me boss.
As you wish, boss. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Good luck.
I had to do a few things. Just a moment there. Hopefully, I did turn the volume down a little bit on your end. And I dabbled around with my microphone some more. I got a new webcam, and I think, you know, like the feature that I use on my HyperX is like it turns off when I'm not speaking. But I think like the new camera that I got, I think its microphone was secretly on. So it spent most of its time picking up my voice, and it was really bothering. I hope I finally took care of it, but I am still slightly skeptical. Oh yeah, that's right. So there's a photograph I have to find from what I remember. Okay, see. It was an old picture of the kitchen that I had just left, and we got a key right there and a pot below it. So, where do you think that key may be? Maybe it fell off the shelf? The rack that was holding it? Let's find out. Let me just go check some before I go any further. Okay. It's really weird. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I tried to fix my microphone, but you know, I'm not gonna complain too much about it. I don't think it's terrible, but it annoys me. The key holder. Yeah, one of the things that bothers me with video is sound quality. But if it's manageable, it's manageable. But sometimes, you know, it just irks me. I think that's the number one thing that irks most people, you know, online is sound quality, more so than image quality. But it looks like they moved that pot over here. Alright, I got the key. It was terribly cold and damp in the basement. The atmosphere was dense and claustrophobic. Just some uninteresting boxes. Okay, I guess we gotta find the fuses. my mind some distant occasional noises. I hope it's nothing serious. Oh, Christ. Yeah, Michael wants the fuck out of this basement. Oh, shit. Fuses don't work? Damn it. There was a huge furnace covering most of the east wall. I didn't understand why, but it began to feel terribly uneasy. It had a menacing look to it. Okay. Damn. The interior of the furnace was as dark as the mouth of a wolf. In any case, I didn't want to spend too much time near it. There was a drain cover in the concrete. The valve was shut, stuck, and wouldn't budge. Guess we'll give Jerry a call. No, I think I found out what the issue is with my the microphone. There's a unit somewhere in this building, probably an air conditioner, and it's just it kicks on, and I think the microphone is picking it up. You know, so it's like it's creating this vibration that the microphone is picking up. So I'm just going to see if I can maybe fix it later, turn the sensitivity down or something. But for now, I'm just gonna shut it off whenever that thing starts running. Okay, so I guess I didn't try any of the light switches yet, but I assume that the power is not on. Alright, so clearly there's something I missed down here. There appeared to be nothing wrong with the fuses. I don't know, maybe the blue one's for power. Red always seems like to indicate like a kill switch. Okay, I guess we'll try the red one. And if this don't work, I am going to consult the internet. And Michael says there's nothing wrong with the fuses, so they should work. Oh, for the love of fucking Pete. Alright. We now consult the internet. Okay, I think I've figured some of this out for the part. There's a few things that I have missed. Come on, goddammit. Ah, okay. Letter written in Italian. So I took the pencil and filled in the blanks. I saw that like in an episode of, I think, like Rin Tin Tin once. Like, if you write something, the piece of paper under the piece of paper you're writing on, like, you'll leave these indents. And if you use a pencil and scribble over it, like, Just old school shit that younger never probably consider to be a possibility. I don't know.
Hey, it's me, Bobby dear. I need to ask you a favor.
Bring it on.
I found a letter here, and I'm curious about it. It's in Italian. Do you think you could translate it for me?
Why, Mr. Athwaite, are we being naughty?
Mrs. Styles.
Yes, of course I can. Just send me the letter and I'll put hands to work as soon as I have it here.
Excellent. I wonder if the postman will come by. I feel like I'm the last person alive on the whole planet here.
Well, have you told the post office in Roxbury that you're moving to Blackwood Manor?
Yes, Jerry did. I just hope they don't forget about me, that's all. In any case, thank you. You're such a dear.
That's what I'm here for.
Actually, that's what I'm paying you for. Anyway, I'll go and try mailing that letter.
I'll be standing by for action.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Supposed to call her twice, I guess. Oh, maybe not. We will send this to Barbara. Has somebody just been at the front gates? Ah. Mr. Arthite. Mr. Carter asked me to fix a power problem in your residence. I was told to meet you at the gates, but after several minutes you still did not appear. Waited as long as I could, but when I saw no sign of you, I felt I must leave. Please contact Mr. Carter immediately when you get this note. Sheepers. Wonder what that maid was writing about. Wish I knew Italian.
Jerry, we have a problem.
What happened?
The electrician missed me. He left a note in the mailbox.
Bloody hell. He was supposed to meet you at the gates early this morning. I thought he was just being late.
Damn, that I must have missed him for a few minutes. What the heck am I supposed to do now?
Why don't you go check the fuses yourself? Maybe it isn't that serious.
Jerry, all the fuses seem to be fine. I think the problem might be a little more complicated than that.
I see.
What should we do now?
Go get some candles.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. I'm calling this guy right away, and I'm afraid he won't be able to stop by until tomorrow. He was already driving there today as a personal favor.
There must be something you can do. I don't feel comfortable walking around this place with dim lights. I barely know it.
Michael, come on. Where's your sense of adventure? It would be like you were living in a past century. Exquisite Victorian house, lit by candles. What I wouldn't give to be in your place.
I left my sense of adventuring back in London, thanks. I have work to do.
Then do it. What else could you ask for? Now you have the chance to experience firsthand one of your period pieces.
Oh, very funny. Try getting that guy over here as soon as possible.
Don't worry, I will. Make sure you find some candles before it gets too dark.
Yes, candles. Bye.
Right, Harry. Thanks so much. Grab the stethoscope, which seemed to be about the only useful thing in this bag. I don't know if I have this turned on, but I'm certainly turned on. Turn the hints on. Much better to have hints than to consult wonderful internet. Okay, nothing of interest. Candles, candles, candles. What do we got here? Anything? Anything interesting? Anything of use? What's the, how do I even get those hints? Guess there's something missed in the construction room. Weird. Okay, come on. Come on. Back upstairs. It's hard as fuck to see. Crazy. Oh, I think we can use this to start our little hobo stove. I could see that I was carrying the key my good friend Jerry gave me. I don't know why that came out of nowhere. Okay, now I can place something on there. If I just had a pan or something. Oh, crap. Okay. So the hints just appear when I come close to actually obtaining or solving something. So we gotta find these candles. And that's the bathroom, I believe. That takes me to the gallery. This is the main room, I think. Maybe if I, let's see here, maybe if I change the camera speed. This would probably help some things. Yeah, that's better. Also, that gamma correction is disabled for some reason. Why isn't that? I'll put it on low because I can't see a damn thing. There we go. That's much better. Oh my god. Why the hell is that turned off? Good lord. Okay, a curious feeling that I missed something. These must be the hints. And I think this is where you find the candles. Hmm. Just kind of remember finding them like under the bed or something. Okay, this is getting a little too vague for me. Where the hell? What am I missing in there? Oh. Okay. Damn. Okay, I don't fucking know. boot of my car, which, considering my non-existent technical expertise, I hoped would never need to be open. Okay. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to room where my typewriter is and all that. I think it's in here. Find the goddamn key. Okay, so I'm kind of under the impression that we don't get the candles just quite yet. Jesus. So we have to... What we do next is we advance to the next day. And anyways, I just rediscovered, like, I think this is a guest bedroom, of course, but this is where I found that medical bag, right? Yeah, so I think a doctor was staying in here. That's why you see all these things. These, like, doctors' photos and stuff. And yeah, so a doctor was staying in here. And he was a bit of a drinker, too. So what it is there's a number of items we have to collect, I think, and that's how we get to the next day. So next we have to call Jerry, and that will put everything into motion, if we have all the items we need. Oh!
Yes?
Jerry, I'm freaking out. I couldn't find a single candle inside this place.
You're kidding me. I can't believe it. Did you look well?
Yes, every single room, drawer, box, cabinet, nothing. No candles.
All right. Listen. The town isn't too far away. No more than 20 minutes drive. If you can't find some candles there, I'll eat my hat.
You'll eat your whole closet. This is
He'll
getting
eat
on my
his shit.
nerves.
Come on. It's just a quick ride. You know how to get there?
Yeah, I
Come
saw it
on,
the way here.
take a
Did
free
you call Mr.
ride.
Busy Electrician who couldn't hold on for just 5 more minutes?
Yes, he'll be doing me another special favor, and we'll be going there tomorrow afternoon. It's the best he can do. You have to bear in mind it's Sunday. We'll charge extra, of course.
I don't care. I have no power. I'll get him myself if he doesn't show up.
Calm down. Drive to the town before it gets too dark. You won't be able to find your way back if it does.
Yeah, I had to buy some food anyway.
There you go. Godspeed. And drive safe.
All right.
Jerry. He kind of seems like a slime ball, don't he? Yeah. You know, playing these old games, like, I really want to do Gabriel Knight 2. I want to do it so bad, but I started playing it like a couple weeks ago, and man, I tried powering through it, but like, man, that game is so damn dated. It is so dated, but I want to do it so bad. It is so dated, you have no idea. That's a blue screen game. Blue screen quality. Great. Battery's dead. Good one.
Let me guess. Michael.
Jerry, you won't believe this. It's insane. My car is dead.
What? Are you sure? Have you checked its pulse?
I'm not joking. It's gone.
My friend, this completely redefines the term suspension of disbelief you sometimes use for your stories.
I know. I'm speechless. I forgot the lights on and the car ran out of batteries. All because of that bloody fog. Jerry, you've got to help me. Get over here.
Michael, look at the time. I can't drive to Northumberland right now.
But, Jerry, I can't spend the whole night without one single source of light. I barely know this place, and I won't be able to find my way. Heck, I don't even know if it's rid of ghosts yet.
Are you a sleepwalker, Michael? You lie down on the bed, you sleep, you wake up, and you'll have tons of bright light then.
That's not helping. And you're the one who got me into this mess in the first place.
Hold on a minute. It's not my fault if the electrician missed you for a few minutes, there aren't any candles in a 3-story mansion, and your car's battery was low.
Okay, listen. When will you be coming back to Rothbury?
I'll be arriving home early tomorrow morning, and I'll come for you shortly after. We'll drive to town, stock yourself up, and then spend the rest of the day in your garden, drinking some beers while we wait for Mr. Electrician. Sounds like a plan?
Yeah, I guess. And I don't think there's any plan B either.
I'm afraid not. Sorry. I really took all the precautions to make your stay there as comfortable as possible, but I guess sometimes things are just meant to go wrong.
Apparently. All right, I'll be on my way then.
Call me back if you need anything. And Michael,
Yes,
just don't let this situation get on your nerves.
I promise it won't. Goodbye.
Oh, what happens now? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I think I already tried the greenhouse. Maybe I just go back to the room and hit the hay. Okay, still too early to sleep. So I have to be missing something. Alright, did I see this? Dear James, I'm going to make use of these resting moments to thank you once again for your kindness. Those shields that you have donated to us are wonderful. If it weren't for you, our section dedicated to African objects wouldn't be anything else other than a mere collection of photographs. Also, I've been looking into these Dalmar you mentioned. I have to say, they seem rather fantastic if it wasn't for your personal account of their activities. I'd dismiss them as old wives' tales. I've found a few books mentioning them, and I'd be very happy to lend them to you. They will be mailed at once, I hope, to satisfy your curiosity. Cordially yours, Simon Russell, Rector, Durham Museum of World Arts. There's something I'm missing in there. Something here, there, something everywhere. There we go. Need that pick. There's something in the main bedroom that I'm totally missing. Move the small mirror to check the painting. Maybe it's the painting on the wall? Like a little splotch. God. Let's see here. Michael, it took me months, but alas, I think I've managed. Well, I mean, so to speak. As there are only a very few details left, but I can continue with certainty that the house is yours. I owe you an apology because I didn't think it would have take me that much time. I tell you, I'd never thought that finding a Victorian house and no more and no less in Rothbury would have been so hard. The majority of the house in this region are either impossible to live in or they belong to the aristocracy. can't pronounce that word. Aristocracy. As it wasn't enough you and your bloody whims, was it really that necessary being so cut off from Tom? Aristocracy. Aristocracy. There we go. Why all the sudden need for solitude? Well, as long as you don't become one of those typical hermit riders. Anyway, beauty will take your breath away. It belonged to a wealthy family that always took great care of it. Around the mid 60s, it became the property of one person, I believe a friend of the family. He lived there for about 5 years or so and then abandoned it. Yes, you read right, abandoned. So, the room I'm in is probably the room of the guy who lived here for 5 years. After, I guess they left the house or something. It became the property of one person in the 60s, a friend of the family. So we don't know what happened to the family. As far as I know, this lunatic, I guess he was a lunatic, a renowned doctor, spent his last days getting drunk in lousy bars before vanishing from the trace of the earth. Why would someone do that is beyond me. So the room I put my typer and all my shit in is the room that this doctor was in. That's why he found those bottles of booze in the desk. The house then became the property of the National Trust, and surprisingly enough, no one ever did anything about it. That is, until I rescued it from oblivion, of course. It took me a lot of work, so I hope you like it. The price is just as we discussed earlier. I know it's hard to believe, but the price of the interior was never agreed upon, so what? So whatever you find inside, be it furniture or a long-lost remnant, it's yours. Just remember our deal. Find anything of great value, you have to share it. Now, I won't bother you. I won't bother you if you if your sofa collection happens to be valued in the thousands, but if you bump into a hidden cache of money and you can never really know, then I want a piece of it. Wait a second. If you happen to sell any important items you find inside the house, such as your sofa collection, I should get a part of that too. Business is business, my friend. I guess this is Jerry. Sounds like him. By the way, I sent 2 people over yesterday to clean it from top to bottom. 6 years without inhabitants must have left a nice coat of dust, don't you think? They couldn't do wonders, though, and you are going to need weeks to fully clean that place. Oh, they told me the house seems to have a rat problem. But you can't have it all. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to give me a call. Your friend, Jerry. Okay. Okay, so that walkthrough I've been looking at wasn't very thorough, so I had to look at another one. I don't know how, but somehow I figured this all out back in the day. Wait a minute. There. Oh. Amazing, there's a safe behind the picture. I didn't know the combination. Safe cracking certainly isn't my expertise.
Jerry, it's me.
What's up, Michael?
I found a safe box in the
There you
room
go.
upstairs. Would you happen to know the combination?
I think I should. Let me see. I did take note of a combination once, but I don't have it here right now. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Okay?
Great, thanks.
Oh, that door was so hard to fucking see. The door was locked, but I could see a key on the other side through the keyhole. Ugh. Yes, you do. little bit of effort, I managed to knock down the key with the help of the boring tool. I removed the piece of paper and noticed that the key had gotten stuck behind the door. Whoever said that dumb technique worked? There was quite a bit of light coming from below the door. Damn it, now what? Possible to get the key now. Here we go. Found this in the trash can. Someone crumpled it up. Why is it that I can't concentrate? Crumpling pages like this, I'm getting worse. The whisperings. They're killing me. They cannot be real. They cannot be real. Be real. Or barred. He says barred the doorway, but still can hear them in my dreams. How to get rid of it? It was only that simple, but tearing it apart would force me to admit its otherworldly nature. No. It just can't be possible. I can't allow these thoughts to cross my mind. But can I really hear them so clearly? Have I really lost it? It just can't be that I'm experiencing exactly what James did. It has to be influence. How else to explain that every time I walk past the gallery, the whispers grow louder. They're luring me inside. It wants me closer. I can hear them again. Yes, the tortured souls of the falling, now suffering for eternity. A chant. Next room. I know for sure its source now. I can't fool myself any longer. Are those drums? Oh, please, for Christ's sake, don't let it be drums. I have to document this. I have to keep going. Because if James was right, may God have mercy on our souls. Well, that was something. Oh boy. House of fucking horrors. Okay, I think I'm on to something I hugely missed right here in the living area. Take a look. And this appears to be from that diary I just read. One of the pages, the one I was reading, the wastebasket, I think, was torn out and thrown in there. So this is probably from that doctor. April 20th. During a fit of rage, I burnt my previous diary. Not that I read it, as it is. My disjointed notes were worth anything. Their only purpose was to keep me sane. I feel that this is my escape route. My only means of finding some inner peace. Whenever I put my pen to this paper, I feel that I can reflect upon my situation. I just wish I had more options, that's all. But I'm rambling. I must think clearly. Focus. Focus. May 12th. I've become an eternal guardian, stuck between few choices, none of which were good. Do I fulfill a promise and violate everything that I believe in, the very principles of my life, or am I condemned to spend the rest of my existence in dead-end state, a ghost with no other purpose than just being here, watching? I truly have no escape. I can't find an appropriate solution to this problem. I must pay the price. I'm a shadow of the man I used to be. Only these notes remain, my testament in these moments of meditation, my sole companion. June 26th. Today I spent the entire afternoon staring at the window, my mind a blank. Oddly enough, I really didn't care. It seems now as though it was something natural. It was part of my personality. But I know the reasons very well. I've lost my soul. I'm an empty shell, devoid of any feeling. I renounced them on that fateful day. And the worst thing I knew, there were going to be consequences. No, that's not true. Consequences were far worse than I expected. How could I be so blind? January 25th. I often wonder what would have happened if we had simply reversed it all. What would happen if right now I come out and told the world what really happened? No, I'd end up rotting in jail. Although that might be a better destiny compared to this eternal suffering. November, was that 27th? I can't say for sure when it began. I just heard them one morning coming from the next room. The whispers, are they real? Have I been alone for too long? They won't stop. I can't stand it any longer. February 9th. Ever since I locked it away, that everything seems to have calmed down a bit. Perhaps James was right after all. It's madness, I know. But at this point, I'd be inclined to believe anything. May. Over the years, I was convinced that everything James suffered was a misfortune, a whim of destiny. For the first time ever, I'm not so sure anymore. I never thought it could happen, but I believe I understand now. If this is so, then cursed be my soul. Poor James. If I had acted in any other way, then maybe things would have worked out different. But it's too late now, and I have to suffer any Calvary. My Calvary. September 13th. The noises are back, although this time they're different. Before, I'd only hear them inside my head, as if someone or something was whispering. And how to put this, interrupting my thoughts. But now, I can really feel them spreading around the house. What are they? September 14th. I've realized the noises are coming from down there. I don't want to think about it anymore. They are unbearable. They get worse at night. Oh, how I wish it would stop. What is going on down there? I don't dare go near. I don't want to know. May scribbled out. This is scribbled out. God, how many years have passed? I have lost all sense of time. I have to get out of this place. The diary disturbed me in a way I couldn't explain, yet I felt curious about what had been tormenting that poor fellow. Hey, perhaps I can give, whoa. Get back on track. Perhaps I can give old Gerald a call. Come on. Fingers crossed. Yes!
Hello?
Jerry, it's me.
What's up, Michael?
Do you know anything about the previous inhabitants of this house?
Not much. Just there were some strange individuals. There's also the murder.
You're kidding me. A murder?
An old-fashioned murder. You'd probably love the details, but sadly I don't know very much. It's old history, really. Although it caused quite a stir there in Rothbury. It seems the owner, James Blackwood, I think, went mad and killed his wife. I do remember the date, though. May 1963.
James Blackwood, according to the stuff I've been reading.
So you're already turning the place upside down? I should have thought so.
There's enough material for a whole series of stories here, you know.
After you finish your book, my friend.
Yeah. But it can never hurt poking around a little.
Pokey.
Get back to work. Call me if you need anything.
All right. Goodbye.
Sayonara. Again, I apologize for any inconsistencies with the microphone. It's been a pain in the ass. But I think we're on the right track now. We have to get upstairs. I looked for any worthwhile news in the edition of May 1963. Okay, here we go. The Journal. Northumberland Daily Newspaper, Tuesday, 25th, May 1963. Terrible news shocks the community of Rothbury. Mr. James Blackwood, distinguished resident of this town and a widely acknowledged construction engineer, was accused of murder yesterday by Miss Eva Marini, maid of the Blackwood family. While the nature of this situation is the most unusual given that Mr. Blackwood is a highly respected gentleman, Miss Marini, an Italian immigrant and aspiring photographer, affirms to having a photograph that supports the accusation. I knew no one would ever believe me, so I took a picture of him, she says. I was supposed to be in town during the afternoon, but I didn't have the need to. I didn't have any errands to do, so I was in my room and saw this shadow out in the garden. When I glanced through the window, I just couldn't believe my eyes. The lady, oh God, the sole thought of it sends shivers down my spine. The photograph in question is in possession of the authorities, and it has been revealed that it clearly shows Mr. Blackwood burying a shape in his garden. We can almost confirm that the shape is a body, says Police Chief William Bailey. But even if the image is not clear, this alone with Miss Marini's statement is enough to open a serious case against Mr. Blackwood. Police officers are already heading to Blackwood Manor as we speak. Up until this accusation, it was believed that Miss Catherine Blackwood was on a trip, according to the information we received from the school where she teaches. The police chief continues. A notice was sent to the teachers' department which stated that Miss Blackwood had to leave on a sudden trip and that she would make use of her license to do so. Miss Marini's accusation puts Mr. Blackwood in a very compromising situation. Even if we can't find anything in the garden, he has a lot of explaining to do. The efforts of Dr. Christopher Milton, one of Rothbury's most respected doctors and longtime friend of the Blackwood family, to minimize the facts has been unsuccessful in the news and is the subject of discussion throughout the whole town. Hundreds of rumors are crossing the land. Theories range from plausible and well-conceived to wild crackpot ideas. But the question that keeps lingering in everybody's mind, for which the answer has yet to be found, is why would a wealthy and educated man cold-heartedly murder his wife after 30 years of marriage? Damn, was that it? I guess next thing we do is call Michael once again. No, not Michael, but Jerry. It was getting late. Perhaps it was now a good time to go to sleep. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Let's go back upstairs. I lay down on the bed. Where's this coming from? It's the drums. What? Hammer? I was awakened from my strange dream by some odd noises reverberating around the room. I didn't want to leave the house at this time. I was already chilly enough inside. I don't know if I like this. I thought about investigating, but then I realized the basement would be pitch black at this time. I couldn't go down there without some light. Lamp didn't have any. Well, the sounds obviously aren't coming from downstairs. Maybe something in here. Yeah, whatever it is, it's coming from here. The noises seemed to grow louder as I approached the fireplace. Remnants of a previous fire. The stone in the fireplace was cold to the touch. I listened carefully as I moved the stethoscope around the fireplace. Yes, the noises were coming from there, but I still couldn't determine their source. don't know. Let's check the chimney downstairs. The noises were definitely spreading through the fireplace, probably via some conduit. I concluded that they had to be coming from below. Alright, so I gotta get into the basement. Oh. It wouldn't move. I couldn't hear anything out of the ordinary. Just as they'd begun out of nowhere, the scratching noises stopped. I went back to bed. On the second day, a fierce storm had assaulted the land. I could hear the trees creaking, or rather moaning, to the lashing of the rain, and I quickly abandoned my hopes of having the power fixed. Ah.
Michael, how are you doing over there? The sky is falling here.
You mean the storm has hit there too? This entire universe is falling. I'm afraid to go outside.
Well, the better then, as I won't be able to come for you. I'm deeply sorry, but it's seemingly impossible driving to Northumberland, even less getting anywhere near the manor. I understand many of the roads are closed.
So much for my hopes of seeing Mr. Electrician. The benefits of
Oh.
Great, tell me.
03211. Just remember to share it if you bump into any expensive jewelry.
Of course I will. But
Exciting. So, I guess we're ready to deal with the safe then. Not that room. Okay. Mr. James T. Blackwood, the Blackwood Manor, Rothbury, Northumberland. Northumberland. Dear Sir, we hereby propose to furnish all equipment, materials, and labor to complete the contract for the construction of a second floor for the Blackwood Manor of Rothbury, Northumberland, in accordance with plans and specifications prepared by Mr. James T. Blackwood, dated October 31st, 1960, for the sum as follows. Base bid £34,136. Alternates, deduct £1,000. Alternate 2, deduct £1,500. Alternate number 3, add £350. Alternate number 4, add £300. Unit price 1 pound. Unit price 2, 12 pounds and 50 pence. We agree to commence the work as directed and complete all work thereafter within a reasonable length of time based on our ability to secure materials. Employer understands the construction may last from 18 to 24 months. Permission is granted to make use of the special bank account 3119102 created to this particular occasion, located at the National Bank of Northumberland. Contact number 0192944144. So it's a contract he had to build, what did they say, a second floor? Huh. Key. There's something else in there. Oh, that's just money. I mean, this is the second floor we're on, right? It's not the... That floor up there is the third floor. That's the one that looks like they're working on. There we go. Whoever painted those pictures must have been deeply disturbed. Ah, hammer. Huh. Yeah, this looks like that. Is this the floor plan? Let's see, is this the room I'm in? Dining room. Okay, so this is the first floor. The servant's bathroom, okay. The sad room once occupied by the servants. This is a kitchen. Smallest of hallways. Dining room. The study. The living room. The entrance of the house. Okay. The bathroom. The long lower hallway. The gallery. My room. The main bedroom. Huh. That was odd. I don't remember seeing that room. The main bedroom, and so there's a hidden room? Interesting. Alright, and okay, this is the room I'm in now. Okay, so I guess they were just fixing the third floor up and they completely renovated the second floor. Yeah, that's what that paper was about. This floor is just in bad condition. It's, yeah, so that contract was for the second floor. So that's the room. Okay. Well, who painted these? Was that James? Did James paint these? Weird stuff. Okay, so wait a minute here. So I've got to make sure that, oh, there it is. Grab that. Key that used to be on the other side of the door was now lying on the floor, of no importance to me. Okay. A large rope was hanging from the railing above. There we go. At this point, I wasn't going to bother with light switches anymore. useless bricks. You got the rope. Whoa. Whoa, Nelly. Let's see here. Alright. Huh. It's supposed to be... Okay, that's weird. Alright, Oh, I see. Very dirty can. Well, let's shine her up. Ah. I poured some oil inside the lamp by tilting the can slightly. There's very little of it, though. Alright, well, now I'm all greased up, eh? Alright. Looks like we have some scaling to do. It was too risky. The rusty metal frame would have torn the rope if I threw it out the window. Whoa, come on. Come on. God damn. Oh. I guess. I guess we gotta use the hammer on that crack. Oh, I see. Oh, what? There it is. Sheepers. I carefully pondered the situation and thought about what I was about to do. Why was I obsessed with that room, or whatever occurred inside this house for that matter? I felt a strong urge to go there, even though I was about to risk my life. I decided that climbing down through the window was the only way to get inside the mysterious room, and I resolved to do it. Alright. Let's do this. With the last of my strength, I managed to get inside the mysterious room. And mysterious it was. It seems as if someone took extreme measures to forget about the existence of this room for some reason, Mr. Blackwood. It's a nursery. The creepy wooden horse seemed to be smiling at me. Birth certificates. Child's name. Blotted out. Surname Blackwood. Date of birth. 7th day of August 1961. Place of birth Rothbury. Sex male. Mother's first name Catherine. Middle name Lydia. Surname Blackwood. Maiden name Dowerton. Father's name's James. Middle name Thomas. Surname Blackwood. Occupation engineer. Informants Christopher E. Milton, doctor. Birth certificate. I wonder if this member of the family was still around town and would perhaps be able to shed some light upon the past history of the house. I had to find some way of getting into touch with him. The empty cradle inside such a dirty and neglected room made me feel very sad. The angel was supposedly guarding the room, but it didn't make me feel any safer. Robin. clearly had some exploring to do in this room. Yeah. Alright, I guess the most plausible thing to do would be to return to the attic and check out the dates. Maybe we can find something. We did get the date of the child's birth, so there we go. I checked if there's anything of interest back in August 1961. The Journal, Northernburg Daily Newspaper, Wednesday, 10th August 1961. Sad news hits our beloved town today. Following announcement that was received with rejoicing amongst many, that one of the most illustrious members of our community, Mr. James Blackwood, was having a child soon. We now have to relate a macabre turn of events. The son that was being lovingly awaited by the Blackwood family died shortly after the delivery due to a strange ailment. Understandably, the information disclosed about this happening was succinct. It appears that Miss Catherine Blackwood was already suffering from pains in her stomach, probably an indication that there was something not healthy about her pregnancy. Dr. Christopher Milton, who attended the birth, assured us that he made every possible effort to ensure a safe delivery. But with bowed head, he said that the boy was already doomed ever since his conception. The cause of death has not been stated, but those few close to the Blackwood family have said there were serious complications during the delivery. Helping to relieve that somber news, Miss Blackwood was thankfully found out to be out of danger. Her husband did not wish to comment about the event. Below it says a successful ruse was that Supt J. Keegan, while driving his motorcar, was held up by 8 armed and masked men. The leader of the... My huge disappointment quickly gave way to an empty void feeling. Something wasn't right here. I began wondering if James Blackwood was somehow involved with the death of his son. Perhaps. I mean, why? I mean, he seems like a loving man, doesn't he? Being accused of fucking killing his wife. Okay. Let's do this. What do we have in our inventory that may serve of some use? Yeah, there's a little crease in there. The panel was concealing a couple of wheels. Oh lordy. What do we have here? Why does this house have so many secrets? Jesus. door was heavily barred, and its appearance reminded me of something I had read. Let's get busy. Damn, that dream. What a premonition, shit. The room was too dark to see anything. Oh my god. You know what you're looking at? An odd-looking African mask was positioned in the middle of the storeroom. Its presence made me feel terribly uneasy. That lunatic. That lunatic. Oh my god, that lunatic. Alright, jeepers. My recent research on the Dahmer have shed some light upon their terrible activities. I understand now that the lack of existing information about them was not only a cause of their small rise and rarity, but also a reluctance or rather superstitious attitude towards their nature. Even some of the most important historians of South Africa will refuse to mention their name, usually referring to them as the War Tribe. After digging into some of the most obscure books I could find about the subject, I must admit now that reading them made me very nervous and uneasy, bringing back the memory of those horrible acts I witnessed on that day. I can't understand why any human being, uncivilized or not, would behave in such a manner. War among savage tribes is, of course, very common and a reoccurring theme in history. But the Dalmar, they went even beyond war. Usually a tribe will engage in battle to conquer new territory or perhaps defeat an enemy. They did it for the reason of destruction and extreme love for violence. The account of their actions is downright scary. They'd invade villages, slaughtering every inhabitant without regard for their sex or age. Men, women, children would inevitably perish by their fury and hate, which is, I think, the most unsettling element of their stories. They didn't use any weapons. They killed villagers with their bare hands and teeth as if they were drawing power from an unearthly source. I find it hard to believe this, and I hadn't seen them with my own eyes. If I hadn't seen them with my own eyes, I'd say they were some kind of wild legend. Once they slaughtered every living thing in the village, they would burn it to the ground, every single construction or possession of the fallen villagers, proof that they definitely were not interested in conquering or even taking some advantage of their terrain. Their motives were moved and solely and purely by an incredible disdain of life and hatred towards anything that wasn't from their village. That is another curious thing. They somehow managed to sustain a constant population level, as if they were controlled exactly by the amount of people needed for an attack, but at the same time warrant survival using their few existing resources. I fear this wasn't some kind of wondrous organization system, but rather an elimination process of useless member or an unnecessary child. I dare not think about it, but I'm afraid this would explain why they didn't need to hunt for food. They feasted upon themselves. And I know what the mask I took stands for. That fool. And I shiver at the thought of it. I must confess I'm worried. I don't know why, but I fear for my life. That fool. June 24th, 1962. Dear Christopher, please excuse the tone of this letter. I know I must sound like a raving madman, but I truly can't find a proper way to put together all the thoughts that have been taking my sleep away these past days. There is a reason behind all those recent adversities. It's the mask, Christopher. It's the mask that I told you about. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't studied its origins on my own, but it's really the source of all my suffering. The tribe it belonged to. I must confess I didn't take the mask by appropriate means, and I fear this might have unleashed some terrible wrath against my life and everything that surrounds me. It's been over a year ago since I witnessed the most outrageous acts of violence that night. Even in my worst nightmares could I have imagined, and the mask was the epicenter of it all. What I was thinking of when I took it is beyond me. It was probably a vicious streak of greed, but I can see clearly now. It represents evil, and I am truly convinced this evil can somehow take shape and punish those who have disgraced it. I did, and now I must face the consequences. I will take some more time to investigate this. I might even go back to South Africa to seek help, although something tells me not even returning the mask would do any good. The danger is already done, and I believe it's getting worse as the days go by. Every time I walk past the gallery, I can hear some incessant odd chatter, as if something was being plotted inside. And those voices, Christopher, they seem to be angry. Please help me. Come and see me as soon as you can. Christopher, the doctor who delivered their baby. Christopher Milton. He must have been the guy that was in the room boozing up every night. The one that stayed here for 5 years. After some departure. I don't know, maybe James Blackwood was... He must have been arrested and convicted of murder. Maybe put in a nut house. Can you believe it? That was the mask that the natives formed a circle around and just like tore one of their own to pieces over it. Not exactly a tribe you want to study up close and personal. James Blackwood was a vicious madman. Driven by what? I don't know. He was driven by something. I wonder if I can remove that. What a nutty fucking lunatic. Fucking nutty. I'm sure this will help you write your next bestseller, right? Perhaps it was time to do some work. Suddenly, she stopped and stood there, paralyzed, hesitant to give any credit to what her eyes were seeing, and completely unaware of the potentially dangerous situation. Surprisingly, there wasn't anything unusual or strange about the event. Little Kathy was hastily crossing the living room towards the huge oak door, her fancy black dress fluttering at every footstep. As the girl reached the doorknob, she turned to look back at Marion and urged her with a whisper to hurry up. But Marion wasn't seeing Kathy. Her memories haunted her back in displaced reality, giving room to the nightmarish vision she had spent months trying to forget ever since her first visit to the old house. In her dream, she saw the little girl, who also wearing a black dress, emerging from a passageway hidden in the room. She never actually managed to glimpse where the passage was, only saw the girl running towards her, her small face contorted in a horrible grimace. Marion quickly realized it was a twisted version of the Kathy she knew later. As if her figure was then distorted by a veil of smoke, her exact movements through the room, reaching for the knob, facing her. Those were too many coincidences to ignore. It wasn't a nightmare that she experienced that day, nor a ghost, something she refused to believe in, but was now willing to blindly embrace as the truth, given the shocking vividness of her vision. A ghost would come from the past, what she'd came from. Her thoughts were interrupted as a figure behind her cast a shadow on the doorstep. "You filthy liar, you betrayed me," groaned a deep voice. He's definitely taking some inspiration from this house, is he not? Alright. Let's call Jerry. There's something about Jerry. Something about Jerry. Jerry the race car driver.
Yes?
Jerry, it's me. You won't believe what I found here.
Try me.
It's about the happenings that led to the murder you told me about. There's an impressive backstory surrounding this place and many loose ends. It would seem nobody ever stumbled upon this.
Shouldn't you be working on your book?
Are you listening to me? James Blackwood was into some very weird stuff, and possibly dangerous. Something tells me this case is much more complex than it was thought to be.
Why don't you inform the authorities? I'm sure they'll be dying to reopen a long-forgotten case about some crazy old psycho killing his wife.
No way. And miss all the fun? I'm doing this on my own. I wonder if those noises I heard have anything to do with this. Maybe James Blackwood was trying to hide something.
Like in that book, where an old man was guarding the entrance to hell. I bet this James Blackwood person had a doorway like that in his basement. Those dreadful noises must be the sounds of the damned coming for you.
Why, thanks, mate. That's been very helpful. Great to have friends like you.
Then stop talking about all this nonsense. Do you have any idea how crazy it sounds? You're a writer, not some fancy PI.
I'll get to the bottom of this. I know I will. I'm certain there's much more to James Blackwood than a simple act of murder.
Now you're sounding more morbid than usual. Simple act of murder? Oh goody. Just somebody died, nothing to worry about. This isn't like you, Michael. This whole thing is really affecting you.
Stop being a drama queen. I'm a grown-up and I'm pretty aware of what I'm doing.
Fine, go chase around the ghosts of James Blackwood. I'll stay here in the real world.
I'll let you know about my progress.
Man, I think this is just like one of the reasons why I love this game is, you know, you're completely isolated, but you still have a line to the outside world, and it provides you with some rather amusing conversations, some rather amusing dialogue. Or it's like the Resident Evil game, you constantly bump into somebody else, and you know, you have an exchange with them. It's usually goofy, and it's like, you know, poorly written. It's never anything that really touches you in a way that makes you feel like you're experiencing something a bit more than just your average game. You know, like the moments in Resident Evil, or even not so much Silent Hill, but like Resident Evil, the moments where you bump into someone, it's usually just like this transitional phase to the next scene. I mean, granted, that's what the conversations in this are, but God, are they amusing. I laid down on the bed. Something didn't feel right. No noises this time. Where's the mask? Shit, son. Shit. Maybe Blackwood came back and took it. Who knows? Raving lunatic. Oh! Once again, I was awakened during a bizarre dream by those scratching noises. Alright, well now we got a lantern. We can go check this shit out. I always get this one wrong. That's the dining room. This... God damn it. Yes, this is the kitchen. So scratching noises again. Head straight into the furnace. Get the fuck out of here now, huh? Last drop of oil inside the lamp had been consumed. Guess we're going straight back to bed. Oh, what a night. Monday, October 14th. Okie dokie, let's see. What comes next? It was incredibly cold inside the house now. Well, we should start ourselves a nice little toasty fire, eh? Lit up like magic. All right, Jerry.
Who is it?
It's me.
The ghost hunter. Any contact with the other world yet?
Actually, I'm not sure. Jerry, I'm definitely not alone in this house.
What are you talking about?
Last night I saw something down below. It was moving. I wasn't dreaming, and I'm not making this up.
Are you sure it wasn't a mutant rat?
Definitely no rat.
I'm calling the police.
No, not just yet.
Michael, for Christ's sake, you could have a burglar inside the house.
This is no burglar, Jerry. It's much more interesting than that. And I want to figure this out by myself.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Just promise me you won't call anyone. I can do this on my own.
Whatever. Just call me if you need any help. I'm driving there today.
Right. Bye.
Okay. You know, Michael is in a pretty serious situation, but you know, he's gonna play the role of a good Lovecraftian character and just immediately draw himself towards the danger no matter what. It's extremely dangerous, but I can't help myself. What is the point of living if I'm not seeking something dangerous and life-threatening that seeks to destroy me? Is this the fucking key? Oh. Where is that key? Oh. I think I know. We have to go all the way back in here. We gotta go back up to the attic. It's a creepy painting. Okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong here. Yeah, it feels like I'm doing something wrong. Let me... Hmm. Yeah. Ah. Sitting there hiding. Okay, now we can get into that little garage out there. I always do that. I always open this door thinking it's going to be the one that leads me to the freaking hallway. Okay. Now we've got our key. The real key, the actual key. There we go. A strong smell of aged oil was infecting the barn-like garage. Ooh, I've got a bike. You can ride it if you like. Oh, the light comes on. There was an old and dusty bicycle in the garage. It seemed to have some sort of ice attached to it. Hammer time? One classy and old automobile. Still, I didn't want to get very close as it gave me the strange feeling that something was about to jump at me from inside. All of the various items lying on the table, only the toolbox on the far left seemed to have a few useful things. What was that, like a crowbar? Alright. Shit, is there anything I need to pry open with this crowbar? We'll see. And a screwdriver. Yeah, this, Scratch is a real pleasant experience for me. There are horror adventure games out there, like these point-and-click ones, but I don't think any of them really capture me the same way this one does. And I mean, I guess it's the simplicity of Scratches, where it feels like it's just like a almost like a short horror story where, like, don't get me wrong, I loved Shivers, the sequel especially. I love Shivers 2, but it was more of an adventure game. This is an adventure game, but it's more of an interactive horror mystery, and I wish more games did it like this one does. Asylum did the same thing, essentially, that Scratches did, and I really like that. But there was just an utter lack of really challenging puzzles to solve. It was mostly just triggering events like it is in this, but this one requires a lot of paying attention to detail. And I can't remember how long it took me to beat this way back in the day. But I think it took me I think it took me like 2 or 3 days to beat it. There we go. Yeah, adventure games way back in the day when I was younger. Oh, they were so much fun when you had all the time in the world, like when you had all the time in the world to figure these things out. And you just sit there and walk around, testing things out, pondering things. Like, I think I probably had the most fun with Gabriel Knight, which I did have to use the strategy guide for on multiple occasions, but still, I had so much fun with that game. But for some reason or another, I really enjoyed Gabriel Knight 2. And I guess that's because it really felt like a movie, It was a blue screen game. Everything was blue screen, and I wish people would do that again. I wish they would return to the blue screen. With the technology we have today, you could make some real bangers. And two, if the sort of retro vibe that keeps going on with like developers making like PS1 era games, why don't people go out there and like make these retro like blue FMV games that people are going to they're going to have these memories, and experience something from their childhood, and that's something I really cherished was the few games that I did play that had that sort of blue screen FMV footage. The two of them were Shivers 2 and Gabriel Knight 2. I really had a blast playing Gabriel Knight 2. think we're gonna do a little B&E. Are you ready, kids? Are you ready? They just fucking turn around. God damn it. There we go. Ooh, snazzy. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I entered the decaying crypt. The foul smell of rotting flesh seemed to have perished throughout the years. I seriously considered what I was about to do, but my curiosity got the better of me. Ooh. Huh. Scary. A corpse in advanced stages of decomposition was inside the coffin. It was disgusting. Oh, God. Whoever that was, I could sense a feeling of terror in its dead face. The body had been rusting for several years until my disturbance. I decided to leave it alone. Creepy. Let's back on. Phew. I guess this was maybe intended for Mr. Blackwood. Curiously enough, this coffin was completely empty. Or maybe his shambling corpse is walking around? I don't know. Catherine Blackwood. Yep. James Blackwood. According to the plaques, both Mr. and Miss Blackwood had died in the same year. Where the fuck is Mr. Blackwood's body? People were in this family. Seeing one dead body inside the crypt had been enough for me. The coffin was half open and I was horrified to glimpse the remains of a dead cat in it. Strange. Why is there a dead cat? There were several coffins in this room, probably belonging to the most important ancestors of the family. Even though it was better than the rest, it was too dark in this particular spot to make out what the plaque read. One of the coffins likely belonged to the dead child of James Blackwood. The prospect of witnessing the decaying corpse of a baby wasn't very tempting. Well, can I use my lantern? Well, no. Wait a minute. I know. We got some light coming in through here. What do you mean that wasn't useful? You can shine the light. You can reflect the fucking light on this shit, bro. mean, I'm an adventure game and edgelord. This is common sense. This is common adventure gaming sense. I can figure this out. Okay, maybe I gotta go up here and place it somewhere. There we go. The idea was good, but I obviously need more light to reflect. Come on. God damn it. Okay. Hold your horses. Okay. Alright. Fucking Michael here's gotta... He's gotta do full B&E, okay? This wouldn't be a B&E without doing what I'm about to do. All I read was that there's a rock somewhere, and I've got a pretty good idea what I need to do with it in order to create some more light. I think I remember this too. Okay, so it's not that one. God damn it. Ah, come on. Come on. What? Dude missed. There we go. And again, I hurled the stone at the window with all my strength. This time my aim was true. The glass collapsed, throwing shards in every direction. Thankfully, none of them hit me. go. Alright, bitches. I see an R. The inscription was too eroded, but it seemed the name began with the letter R. Well, I guess, alright. Come on now. I'm so sick of this shit. Oh, yeah. This is why I want him to remaster this game. No, you don't need to remake it. It's perfect. It's beautiful the way it is. A remaster would be gorgeous, though. Upscaling the graphics. After leaving the crypt, I stopped to think for a few seconds. I only found one body inside, but there were 2 plaques. Something was evidently out of place here. Uh-huh. Jerry was a race car driver. He drove so goddamn fast. Never did win no checkered flags, but he never did come in last.
Yes?
Hi, Jerry.
Michael, I was worried about you. Are you doing okay?
Yes, I'm fine, and I think I know the identity of my intruder.
Tell me, who is it?
James Blackwood.
The Blackwood person? Michael, are you serious? That the ghost of the murderer is roaming the house?
I'm not talking about his ghost, Jerry. I'm talking about him.
What the heck do you mean?
I mean James Blackwood himself, alive in this house.
What? How is that possible?
It makes sense. After murdering his wife and realizing what he has done, he begs for help to Christopher Milton, who fakes his death.
Milton, the previous owner? Michael, you're losing your mind. Even if he managed to hide himself, how did he survive all this time? Milton has been missing for years.
Good point, but I'm sure a desperate man like Blackwood would have found a way.
Yes, by turning into a ghost. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have it right here. James Blackwood passed away on June 1963. Would you please stop this?
Jerry, just listen to me. I know I'm right. There's only Mrs. Blackwood's body in the crypt. His is missing.
Oh God, Michael. You've really gone out of your mind. Digging into coffins, what next? Desecrating the chapel?
Whatever it takes to solve this mystery. You can only find stories like this in books.
Precisely why I'm beginning to wonder about your sanity.
You'll see.
Damn. Well, can we call Barbara next and see if she translated that note for us? Okay. I actually remember this part. Return to the old collection of news articles relating to all the strange happenings in Rothbury. Oh, please. we are. Yippee skippy. 1963. That's when James died. I went through the news during June 1963. The Journal. Northumberland Daily Newspaper, Wednesday, 1st June 1963. Following the shocking news that became of public knowledge last week, we must now inform about the sinister outcome of the story that has been in the mind of every citizen of our town these past few days. Mr. James Blackwood has died at the age of 56 due to a heart attack, allegedly because of the pressure and stress caused by the astonishing accusation by Miss Eva Marini, former maid of the family. This puts a sudden end to the case deferred by the authorities. Police Chief William Bailey said, "It saddens me that Mr. Blackwood was never brought a proper trial. No matter what kind of excuses could be possibly made, the death of Miss Catherine Blackwood is a fact. I'm fully convinced that he was guilty." Dr. Christopher Milton is said to be taking care of a funeral that nobody will attend, and all of the belongings of the Blackwood family are now in his possession. So, are Michael's suspicions beginning to add up? Milton will be taking care of a funeral that nobody will attend. Where the fuck is this dude's body? Silently, Rothbury returns to daily life, turning the page over to one of its darkest chapters. Many will wonder in the years to come what really happened inside Blackwood Manor. Bailey 01, or is that 2? 66525 or 65217? Huh. Bailey, the police chief? Silently, Rothbury returns to turn the page. The doc will wonder in years what happened. Okay. Mail train robbery, well over 1 mil. A senior police spokesman said last night the total haul in yesterday's mail train robbery was clearly well over 1 million, more than 500,000 of it belonging to the National Provincial Bank. So, was that is that Bailey's number? Well, I hope you wrote that down, Michael. Please, please. Stop doing this to me. Okay. Okay, 01, okay. 0166. Okay, we're gonna... Just for a moment, I'm gonna do this. God damn. Okay. Damn it. Michael, please. That was it, wasn't it? Come on, this has to be it. There we go.
Who is this?
Hi, are you Mr. William Bailey?
That's me. And you are?
Yes, my name is Michael Arthate. I'm a journalist for a local newspaper in Rothbury.
I see. And what's this all about?
Well, you're the former police chief of this town, aren't you?
Indeed. I served many years ago.
And you were once in charge of a famous, or should I say, infamous case here?
Oh, bloody hell. Don't tell me this is about James Blackwood.
Well, yes, I'm writing a story for my newspaper. The most famous police cases of Northumberland.
Have you got any idea how many times I've talked about this? Go to your nearest library. I'm sure you'll find plenty of information about Blackwood there.
Please, Mr. Bailey, I beg you. It won't be the same if I can have the information from someone who was there, and no less than the renowned William Bailey of Rothbury.
All right, son, spare me the nonsense. What is it you want to know?
Well, in the first place, what did Ava Mariani see exactly?
She saw enough, son. James Blackwood was dragging a shape into a hole in the garden. At first, Mrs. Mariani couldn't realize what it was, but eventually she made out the dead body of Catherine Blackwood with a serious wound.
And Blackwood was automatically deemed guilty?
He was found digging his wife's son.
Why did James Blackwood never appear before a jury?
When you're someone as renowned and famed as James Blackwood was, you can pretty much avoid the authorities. However, you can't avoid justice. And justice was brought upon James Blackwood.
Justice? How?
He died shortly after the accusation. You should know about that.
What happened to Dr. Christopher Milton?
How should I know? You bet your life that slimy worm was up to something. I couldn't prove it, though I spent years investigating him. A shame we couldn't implicate him as much as James Blackwood.
Are you saying he could have had something to do with the murder?
Blackwood and Milton were very intimate. Milton did the impossible to aid his friend, and even clear his name after he died. You do the math.
And was ever determined the cause of death of Catherine Blackwood?
Yes, partly. Mrs. Mariani managed to see her throat was slit open. Ripped, she would say. It must have been horrible for the poor girl.
Still, everything sounds so vague, as if something were missing.
Are you questioning my performance on this case, son?
No, sir, not at all. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, why a proper autopsy was never done.
An autopsy to whom?
Please, sir, this is very important to me, and I could really use your help. I'm trying to fit all the pieces of this mystery together.
Mystery? What mystery? You must be one of those people that just love splitting hairs, don't you?
I don't think I understand, sir.
Listen, son, that cold-blooded bastard murdered his wife, God knows why. But he and his fancy doctor did the impossible to hamper our investigations. You don't have to be a brilliant detective to realize Blackwood did it.
There's always a reason behind a murder. Nobody has ever found out why Blackwood did what he did.
Psychopaths don't need any reasons, and James Blackwood turned into one, precisely.
There's got to be something else. I can't believe Blackwood flipped just like that one sunny day. It doesn't make any sense.
People flip, son. You can be flipping right now without knowing it.
Well, then tell me how Blackwood reacted when you pulled his wife from beneath the ground.
I beg your pardon.
I mean Catherine Blackwood's body when you dug in the garden of the manor.
Like I said, they hampered the investigation. We never managed to set one foot inside the manor. What kind of bloody journalist are you, son?
But are you telling me you never actually retrieved the body?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Now, if you don't mind.
But wait, this doesn't make any sense.
Stop wasting my time, damn it. I was enjoying my retirement until you had the brilliant idea of calling me. I don't want to hear anything else about this case ever again.
Please, Mr. Bailey, don't...
Leave me alone.
Well, I think that's about all we're gonna get out of him for now, at least. Okay. I'm looking. Just move this around. And get back to our investigation. Find out the cause of this insanity. Okay, even though I was anxious to read the letter, I tried to remind myself that I should give a raise to my efficient assistant. Alright, let's head inside before we read this. I have it in my inventory. Oh, I gotta read it out here. Okay. April 28th. So this is the translation of that note I found in the maid's quarters that I sent to my assistant, my secretary, whatever she may be. April 28th, 1963. Dear Mother, I spent the whole morning murmuring a few things. God damn, I can't read this shit. Okay, I began running a few errands for the Blackwood family, and on the way back, many thoughts crossed my mind. I take back what I said. I want to return home. Things haven't got any better here. Everyone is behaving mysteriously and they try to avoid me. I do understand that they must still be disturbed about the death of their son, but it has almost been 2 years since that already. I feel like an alien. I don't belong here anymore, and I find it hard to sleep at night. There is too much activity in this house, too much moving around, and that is unnerving me. I feel something terrible is going on here, and I want to go as far away as possible. I will miss Miss Blackwood dearly, as she has always been kind to me, but I'm afraid my health is at stake, I guess. And I've been seeing some strange things too. I can't explain it, but I think someone did something very wrong. That Dr. Milton would often come talk with the Sir for many hours. The doctor would come talk to the Sir. So I guess she's referring to Mr. Blackwood, the Sir. The doctor would come and talk to him for many hours, and nobody would allow me upstairs. And that's fishy. Although I've been secretly taking pictures there. I hope this doesn't upset you, but don't worry. They are well hidden under a loose board beneath my bedside table. So she's been hiding these secret photographs she's been taking of the Blackwood family, doing some weird shit. And so the doctor's coming over, and he's going upstairs with Mr. Blackwood, and like they're having some secret conversation that they're not letting anybody in on. And she's not allowed upstairs. No one's allowed upstairs. What, some fucking shit is going on. And she's been taking photos of it, so she hid one under her bedside table. Please, Mother, forgive me. I should have listened to you. It's not like I can't remember what? It's not like I'm swollen. Jolin? I can't read that word. I just wanted to wait and see if things would get any better for myself. They haven't, and that's why I'm asking you for a place to stay until I sort out my situation. Call me as soon as you can. I usually have to stay in town until 5 o'clock, but lately I've been coming back about an hour earlier. I just want to leave this place. I confess that I am scared. I'll be waiting, and please hurry. With love, Eva. Wow. Well, it sounds like the Blackwoods were up to some crazy things. I mean, the doctor and James Blackwood, of course, they're buddies. So, I don't know, they're conspiring to kill Catherine. Why? Who knows? Okay, let's check those loose floorboards. At the end of it, when we catch the ghoul, we pull off his mask, and it's Jerry, Mr. Real Estate Agent. I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you damn kids. Okay, the floorboards by the bedside table. There we go. Oh, shit. Was that it? Alright, so now what I gotta do. Kind of vaguely remember this part. Not entirely, but maybe I think something like you have to go to the tower and look at it from the window or something. We'll find out. We got way too many windows open right now. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're going to head to the greenhouse. Oh, come on. Okay, the greenhouse is this way, I believe. There we go. Pour some oil on the hinges of the door and hope that it will reduce the rust. A thick mist struck me in the eyes as I entered the barren greenhouse, and the smell of long dried plants and dirt permeated the air. Some kind of shiny object beneath the grating. A huge pot containing a bush that had fallen, blocking the drain. Can you move it out of the way? Several pots were scattered here and there. A few had pathetic plants in them. An imposing but dead tree adorned the center of the greenhouse. The upper walkway was livelier than below due to several plants that had somehow managed to subsist on it. An open bag of fertilizer was lying on the table. Just an old fumigator. The watering cans was of no use, and I had no plans on reviving any of those plants. February 7th. As much as I regret it, I decided to stop caring for the greenhouse. All my efforts to save the plants have been in vain. I just can't seem to figure out what is wrong with them. It has been a few weeks since they began falling apart to pieces, dying without any apparent cause. Some of them would just crumble at the slightest touch. This is not only frustrating, but very unsettling. Every time I enter the place, I can feel a sense of dread and decay. What I most regret is the condition of that rare plant I brought from South Africa. It's now all sad looking and almost dried up. I will take it upstairs and look after it, hoping it will get more sunlight. Assuming that everything that has been happening here has a natural explanation. Death is surrounding this place and I can't seem to do anything about it, in spite of my concerns. I can't help thinking that all of this began when I brought that. I wonder. No, I have to put these things aside. I should stop reading all those sinister books. They're getting under my skin. Okay, you know. So I guess James is just voicing his concerns over the stupid things he's done. You know, like taking like this cursed and forbidden mask, you know, that he stole from brutally horrific tribe. There was a shovel in the planter, but it was stuck in the soil. Let's stab it out. A large hose was lying on the walkway. Damn, dude. Okay. Gotta grab one thing. And then we're going back to the house. I'm gonna take some of these berries with me. Whoa. Let's go. Returning to the basement. And below we go. Oh, it's over here. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, I think I know. There we go. Okay, here we are. Back at the greenhouse. Still, that pot is in the way. Whatever. Oh wait, the water's not coming from here, is it? Either way, I gotta get up there, and hopefully this loosens the water, and I can take that damn shovel. And I think I know what I want to do with it. We saw that photo of what appeared to be Mr. Blackwood burying his wife. So we're gonna go to that spot, and we're gonna do some digging because, I mean, we found her body in the crypt, so, you know, I shouldn't be digging up any more corpses. Tower's right there. Didn't know where I should dig. Do I have to go to the tower first and look at it to get an idea of where I need to dig? I might have to do that. You know, the game might actually require me to do that. But that's obviously where the photo was taken. So, alright, let's just go back inside. Right down there. Let's look at the photo one more time. Yeah, it was like exactly where I was. But let's just kind of amuse ourselves, and we're gonna go back to that tower. I mean, that was literally where but I think you have to, you have to trigger things in this game. So I think that the tower, you know, I have to look at it from the tower. So let's get a move on. There we are. Can't see shit. Ah, please. Can't see a damn thing. Ah, shit. Come on, come on, come on. Obviously no help. Okay, so let's return here instead. This is where we need to be. Okay. So he removed it. And the key. Is no more. Where the hell did that thing go? So it went this way. Massive double doors leading to the interior of the chapel were locked. Okay, so I guess if we do a little more snooping around. Ah! The tree had a little hole in its base, which allowed water to pass through from a nearby lake. There it is. Uh-huh. What is this? I had been through a lot to get that small key. Quite a bit. Damn it. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go back to the study. Oh, please, please. Please, jeez Louise. There we go. Ah, come on. March 21st, 1963. Wasn't that the year Blackwood died? Apparently. Dear Catherine, first of all, I beg you to take the utmost care in order to keep this letter away from James. I don't like to think of the mental breakdown he would suffer if he reads this. You know James much better than I do, so you must share my conviction that he'd never harm anything. But even so, I'd ask you to be careful whenever he's around, at least until we sort out this situation. He has been especially unstable lately, speaking about his determination to suppress this so-called curse. I truly fear for him and his sanity. I still wouldn't say he qualifies as dangerous, but just in case, be cautious. I've been playing the role of an ally who believes in James, and so far, I think I've done a good job in convincing him. But I'm afraid it won't last for too much longer. I can't do all the things he's now asking me to do. He has been delving into some very obscure arts, and what began as a hobby has now become a dangerous obsession. He wants he wants me to perform an African ritual on that awful mask he brought. He's convinced he has released an ancient spirit which will now harm everything he loves and cares for. It's also utterly insane that I'm ashamed to translate this into words. My biggest fear is that I will end up losing my own mind along with his. Is this Milton? Well, bro, you kinda did. I have to put an end to all of this, and about that other issue, you should know I've gotten over it. Catherine, what we all did 2 years ago, the decision we made and knew would affect the course of our lives, has been haunting my sleep ever since then. I know you must be the one more affected by this, but you wouldn't understand all that has been going through my head. The confusion, the contradiction, now more than ever. I'm not sure whether it was the right decision or not, but there's no turning back and we must face the consequences. All I wanted to say about this is that I'm deeply sorry I behaved erratically these past days and unnerved you. You have my word that I won't ever reveal anything. Whatever you do with this letter, make sure that James doesn't suspect anything. I'd rather you destroy this, though. Extreme situations require extreme measures, Christopher. Okay, I don't know the fucking code. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, no. There's some way of figuring that out that I was briefly looking at that correlates to everything. Maybe I'll maybe if I read into it I'll tell you how you figure that out. But right now I want to see what's inside this. Great. Oh. So Milton thinks his what, his best friend is going crazy, and he's trying to convince his best friend's wife to basically stay the fuck away from him. They're going upstairs and having these conversations for hours, and they're not letting anybody in on it. Christopher and James. Did they conspire to kill Catherine? I mean, was that letter to her just a ruse? The lock produced a loud noise that echoed in the quietness of the area. It made me wonder about the secrets that had been kept safe and undisturbed for years. Not even inside the chapel did I receive a peaceful environment. The deadly stillness was still deeply unnerving. Okay, is this where it gets cray-cray? The cabinet on this loft contained items that seemed to belong to a priest. Statue had a noticeable orifice in the bottom. So I gotta get that wheel to pull the chain back, I'm guessing. Yeah, so I put the nail in the foot, so is that what triggers it? There was some kind of flipping sound. I inserted the nail. Large wooden statue of Christ looking after this holy place. Okay. Spooky. Right. In the Garden of Eden, no. What? Another mask? Dude, Blackwood is a fucking freak. Okay, if there's one thing I can say about James is he's a fucking freak. He's about as much of a freak as James from Silent Hill is a fucking freak. Actually, I think Blackwood is more of a freak. He's really shaping up to be a fucking freak. Books about occultism and African culture. Even their titles are disturbing. These are books. Why would you have books on the occult and then secret room underneath a church? Some kind of psycho? April 5th, 1963. Christopher. These may very well be my last notes in this regard. I'm afraid Catherine has already realized what I've been doing here all this time. In vain, I've tried to explain myself, and I know what might have been the outcome had I kept insisting. If you could only believe me, Christopher, because I know you intend well, but I can feel the doubt in your heart. Put your rational thoughts aside for a moment and yield to the facts. If I can do it, someone who was constantly taught in the wonders of science ever since his childhood, then so can you. I'm hoping that you will contemplate the possibility of some truth in my assessments once you read about my last findings. It is imperative that you carry on with this task. Catherine is watching my every step, and I'm afraid she'll take strong measures if I do anything out of the ordinary. Did you know? She has been talking to other doctors besides you, and psychiatrists. My God, Christopher, I fear that she's willing to shut me up in a madhouse. How is it possible that all of you won't believe me? As if what happened with my own son wasn't enough proof. In my adjacent notes, you will find an exhaustive essay on the origin of the curse and what should be done to eliminate it. I know the whole amulet deal must sound crazy, but you have to trust me. The tribe has been doing this for centuries. Are you going to forfeit all that knowledge and experience? They faced a God, Christopher, and lived to tell it. Now it's our turn to live and tell the story. And Christopher, if we fail to remove the curse and anything happens to me, I want you to do it. And I have my complete mental faculties whilst I'm asking you. It has been becoming more and more dangerous lately. Do not hesitate. There is simply no other way, and you would be the only one who is left who can do it. Promise me. Promise me you will. I know, I'm asking you to become a cold-hearted murderer, but Christopher, our lives and possibly many others are at stake. Isn't that enough for you now? Oh, isn't that enough to forget your vow? Alright, James. You've seriously lost your fucking mind. March 26th. The folklore of the Dahmer is just as disturbing as their vicious attacks. If my researches have been correct, then I could have stumbled upon one of the most ancient tribes ever known to humanity, dating back to the era where the so-called Bushmen inhabited South Africa. We're talking about over 20,000 years ago. How could any civilization manage to survive all this time without ever hunting or expanding? Just being there. I don't dare to imagine what 200 centuries of inbreeding and cannibalism can do to people. I've seen them, and they can't be called humans. What is most unsettling is their mystical background, impossible to be considered a religion due to a complete lack of basic rules and maturity. The only simple premise is to keep an evil entity at bay which has been stalking them since the beginning of time or dark ages. Tidbit here. For those of you who have played Asylum, I'm going to point this out. This entity may be related. Just putting that out there. That entity, it just mentioned it. I believe in some of the message boards I read, people kind of were drawing the connections, but not really. But in Asylum, you do stumble upon a note about a group of people keeping an entity at bay. So this is likely part of the mythos, I guess, the Scratches universe, if you want to call it that. But that sounds incredibly similar to that, so I'm willing to bet that there's that these are connected. I don't think people. I really don't know if people have mentioned that one or not. That's the first time I really saw that. Just pointing it out. Really, no spoilers attached to that. But if you played Asylum, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're going to play Asylum or watch a video or something, then you'll know what I'm talking about. At this point in my research, I had to stop and consider the implications. The Dahmer actually thought of their later period, this systemic slaughtering of mankind, as good times or golden ages. I thank the Lord that this tribe never managed to grow, as I seriously think the religion, maybe even the entire continent, would have suffered terrible consequences. The history is so ancient that it makes me feel dizzy. The vengeful God, which is incidentally referred to as Dalham, would control the Dalmar via its many incantations. Most of the time, it would be a tall, feline-like figure, always dwelling in shadows and slaying any villager who would unwittingly come close. Some say its deadly claws would not only penetrate your body, but your soul. The purpose of the harassment is unclear. It would look as if the Dahmer were simple toys to play with. Wow. It seems then that the Dahmer managed to free themselves from its clutches with the help of an amulet or charm, effectively forcing the entity to retreat. The most curious thing is how this amulet was conceived. The main elements were required to perform the exorcising of this evil, and they had to be strictly related to each other, one representing the victim and the other representing the victimizer. To achieve this, something related to each one was used. While I'm not sure what is referred to as the victim, I think it can be concluded that anything belonging to any villager would have served, given that they were all victims. As for something representing the victimizer, that may have been complicated. What could possibly be related to a god? this god in question. Next, these elements had to be mixed with a rare medical plant native to the region, which apparently had the properties to blend both items together, as long as they were not too solid. Finally, a branch of a particular tree, whose name escapes me now, has to be used as the holder of the blended item. It is on this item that a mysterious blessing was performed. It should be noted that the elements had to be organic. The Dalmor successfully released themselves from the control of the vicious god with an intense ritual that seems to have taken days to perform. In the end, the amulet was so powerful that the entity surrendered to their will and offered divine power in exchange for sacrifices. But the Dalmor wouldn't allow themselves to be fooled. They decided that getting rid of this evil once and for all would be the wisest thing to do. So they managed to capture its spirit and store it someplace where they could guard it for ages to come. My God, the evil spirit was cast into a mask, trapped inside the confines of its blessed wood for eternity. A mask which its description bears uncanny resemblance to. Who am I fooling? It is that mask. The Dalmor would keep this spirit at bay via regular rituals involving the bloody sacrifices in the aforementioned amulet. The last book I read today about the Dalmor, in reality 2 small paragraphs as amusing bonus reading in a book lent by the museum, has revealed to me something that left me completely paralyzed with terror. I've always wondered since I began studying them what made the Dalmor savagely slaughter neighboring tribes without any apparent reason. Was it a violent, raw instinct? Did they feel threatened in any way? Was it by a perverse and ungodly sense of enjoyment? No, it was fear. Fear that someone else would take the mask and release the god. Wow. They killed to protect themselves from falling again into the Dark Ages. If they went back to such extreme lengths to avoid this, then what did they have to endure when the entity was free? The rituals haven't been performed on the mask for years now. What have I done? What have I done? I was shocked to learn about this evil. Terrible as it was, I still wondered to what extent James Blackwood went to get rid of the curse. Jeepers. Okay, we're getting out of here.
Jerry, it's me.
Michael, I was about to call you.
Why?
I've been thinking about what you told me, and you could be onto something there. But I'm worried about your safety now. This could be dangerous.
What do you mean by dangerous?
Well, let's suppose you're right, and James Blackwood is indeed hiding somewhere inside the house. He's a madman, a murderer, and your life could be in danger.
Jerry, if James Blackwood is still alive, he'd be nothing more than a harmless, decrepit old man. I don't think I'd have any problem outdoing him.
And what if he is armed?
I'm willing to take that risk. He surely knows I'm here by now. What if he's waiting for me to leave so that he can escape? I can't miss this opportunity.
The opportunity of what, for Christ's sake?
Of knowing. I'm already too much into this, Jerry. And if I don't know what happened inside this house, I won't be able to sleep again.
You're obsessed. You were supposed to finish your book, get some rest, and now look at this. What are you going to say to your editor?
Who knows? Maybe this whole episode inspires me to write that ending. I'm sorry. I can't leave this now, Jerry. It's too late.
I can't believe this. I don't understand you. Doesn't the possibility of spending another night in that house with a creepy old man hiding in the basement scare you?
I know what you're trying to do. Goodbye, Jerry.
Michael? Michael! It's dangerous, do you hear me? Dangerous. You have to leave that place.
I'll keep you informed.
Jesus. Our sleazy real estate agent actually seems concerned. Notice of eviction, Mr. Michael Arthite. Due to irregularities during its acquisition process carried over by Mr. G. Perry P. Carter, you are ordered to immediately leave the property known as Blackwood Manor. If you fail to comply, legal proceedings will be enforced against you. You have 2 days to effectively abandon the property after the issuing of this notice. We take no responsibility for the courier service. A police officer is due to arrive at the Blackwood Manor on Tuesday, October 15th. Should you be present, you will be immediately taken into custody without further notification. So that was the reason why Jerry wanted me to leave the house so badly. I bitterly realized that he wouldn't come for me, and that it was up to me to find a way to leave the house. Oh my god. That sleazeball. That sleazy, wormy motherfucker. What did he do? Stupid motherfucking real estate agent fucking legally seizes this property for me, doesn't even tell me about it. Now they're about to come haul my ass away to fucking prison for squatting, I guess. What sort of trouble would the real estate agent get into? I had no fucking clue about this. Fucking nuts. I can't use this as a cable, can I? I couldn't see those. What a cool way to charge a battery. Just save real quick. Do you know why? Because there's this possibility that I could just leave and that ends the game right now. As I prepared myself to leave the manor, I suddenly felt responsible for disturbing the force that had up to now lain dormant inside the house. I had to do something. I wanted to leave the place right away, but I couldn't, not without dealing with the presence haunting the house first. It was my responsibility now. I began debating with myself, but no, what about the future inhabitants? What if they become injured because of what I did? I would never forgive myself. I knew it was waiting for me. I had to go. I can't get him to... He is one stubborn mofo. There's the tower. Can't walk that way. Can't go that way either. So the shadow would be like right here. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Kidding. Just damp story. Evidently, I was in need of a point of reference. So, thought about studying the photograph again. Okay. So that's the tower. It'd be right to the left. Right to the left of the tower. Where the tower is, right to its left. And diagonal from that setup, it looks like it's 3 large rocks, maybe 4, but it looks like 3 or 2. Yeah, it looks like two large rocks or something. So it'd be directly diagonal from that. Okay, finally. I was equally terrified and saddened upon uncovering the dead body of Catherine Blackwood. All those years she was left to rot in this improvised tomb. Okay. So I'm really confused. If this is Catherine Blackwood, then who the hell is that in the crypt? The corpse was all contorted and rotted beyond recognition, and what horrified me was the aspect of its teeth leaping out at disturbing angles. And poor Miss Blackwood, she seemed to be silently shouting at me, or rather, crying. Okay, I got the tooth. Sad. Okay. So now we're making this amulet to ward off the mask, more or less. So we need something from the victim and something from the aggressor. And this thing, this entity, was described as a lion of sorts. So we're going to take this, assuming this is part of the thing. Just to be on the safe side. I remember having that spooky dream. Still there, that fucking thing terrifies me. We're gonna grind ourselves up a nice Sunday special. Start with the tooth of Miss Blackwood. And grind away. Now we'll take the tooth of Mr. Demonic God. Wait, did I? Okay, it's actually in there this time. And we're gonna slap that together. Alright, the amulet is finished. Stone felt warm to the touch. It was almost organic. Jesus. Am I beginning to hear those fucking whispers? Shit, what do I do? Okay, I attached the stone to the branch and immediately felt a strange sensation. The amulet seemed to be vibrating. I was ready. Okay, I fucking ward you away, evil spirit. I waved the amulet in front of the mask and then... At first nothing seemed to happen, but then the atmosphere felt lighter, as if the house had been relieved of a monstrous burden. Oh, come on. Guess that's it. It's time for me to fucking leave, I guess. Get out of here. I stood there paralyzed in terror as I heard those terrible, horrible noises again. They just wouldn't stop. As I went down the fireplace, I couldn't shake the feeling of entering a forbidden zone, a place that had been and was supposed to remain forgotten in time. The passage was full of junk. Bottles of wine, booze. Someone was boozing down here. I remembered being soaking wet and shaking in fear, yet I just had to go on as if driven by some unseen force. There were remnants of food on the table. Someone or something had been eating down here. A disgusting teddy bear, covered in mud and dirt, was lying on the ground. It appeared to be bites that had ripped its neck. Suddenly, the words of William Bailey concerning the body of Catherine Blackwood echoed in my head. Ripped, she would say. Some fresh water dripping from a pipe. Traces of raw meat appeared as if they had been dropped through the grating. What's this? That final look of tragedy. Just
Unsure of what
before
I
you're
had
about
just
to
seen,
close the
I
door.
raced my car and left Blackwood Manor as quickly as possible. I'm not ashamed of what I did. That disfigured face is still stalking my nightmares, and I've never put foot inside a Victorian house ever since. But there's certainly one thing that I'm grateful for. It was thanks to my encounter below that house that I was able to finish my book and become a prolific writer.
How nice. There he goes. There goes my dead baby boy. So, if you haven't put the pieces together, the Blackwoods had a son, and it did not die. No, something was wrong with him. That's why they sealed off the nursery. That's why they basically began acting very strange and suspicious, was because of this child. And through all of this, they began to have this doctor periodically check in with them and sort of examine this kid. But they made a decision at some point to keep him locked away because he was dangerous and quite possibly demonic. So they sealed him up in the basement. And one day, perhaps out of sympathy, Miss Blackwood let him out, and he killed her. He ripped her throat out, and James, in an effort to hide his son, and two, in an effort to protect himself from authorities, buried her. While the maid took a photograph of it, and that's what led to his accusation. Somewhere along the way, I think James Blackwood did fake his death. It's never really verified, at least from what I can tell. And Milton helped him with it. And at that point, Milton came and spent the next 5 years, or how many years, taking care of their son, who was named Robin. And you piece this together, you know, in the nursery there's those bricks that say Aben, and then when you see the crypt in the small baby coffin, it has an R and the rest is faded out, so his name is Robin. Yeah, so the doctor took care of him for years after that, and that's why you saw pieces of beef or meat, you know, that had been dropped through the window. And I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole rundown of the thing. Milton was just a very intimate friend of James, and so he decided to take it upon himself to take care of his fucking deformed son. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. And so, from that point on, he was keeping him in the basement and, periodically bringing. That's why in the beginning you saw that receipt for meat. It was because Christopher Milton was supplying him with food. And that's why he was drinking. And so this brings into question many things. Was this a supernatural event, or was it the result of a sort of a botched pregnancy? Because I didn't find the notes, but there is notes or journal entry somewhere within the game that mentions Catherine was taking a medication while she was pregnant with Robin, and this medication is an actual medication that has caused controversy when it was in its inception, when it was sold. It was made to help pregnant women feel less nauseous, and this resulted in like severe deformities with children. So it's an actual medication called like thalidomide or something. Thalidomide, I can't pronounce it, but that is one of the speculations of the game, was that she was taking this medication, which is mentioned in one of the entries, and due to it, it created this deformed, monstrous child. But you also have the supernatural element to it, because it's hard to believe that a child would just be deformed and be all malevolent and feral and evil, killing people. You also have to register that the tribe itself, it's very similar to the way Robin was when you see him in that brief instance, coming at you with his feet, his hands and feet, ready to tear you apart with no weapons, just his mouth and teeth, and just ripping at you. So it brings all these things into question. Was it just a failed pregnancy, or was it the obsession James had with this mask coming into play, and from there on out, it was a shit show? Hard to say. But it does leave a few questions. Like, what the hell happened to James Blackwood, and whose fucking body was that in the crypt? I'm still fucking wondering this. If Catherine was buried in the yard, whose fucking body was that? Not sure. Not sure at all. Not making much sense to me. Anyways, this is the director's cut, I believe. Anyways, there's the director's cut, which also has another scenario in it, which I'm not going to bother playing, but I'm just putting that out there if you would like to try it out for yourself. But anyways, this was Scratches. It's been a long haul with this video. Thank you for watching, and again, pick up Asylum if you want, or watch my video on it. It is another piece of work from this very creative mastermind behind 3 titles so far that we know of. Hopefully we'll see a 4th one in the future. I am Astrocatical. This has been the Astrocastrophe. Once again, thank you, and have a good night.